Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は198日目です。It is day 198. We are good with grammar. Today is Friday again, so I'll have an abbreviated schedule. We're gonna hop right into our topics. Maybe complete our second lesson, like set of lessons. Alright, this and or that make lists of nouns in a variety of ways interesting. So they used go and ka. I suppose there are other lists. This is covering the basic ones. Like we have list of reasons. Among a list, like exhaustive and non-exhaustive. Into this one. In this topic, we're going to learn a couple of ways to list and group things in Japanese. Also, we'll deepen our understanding of particles. We'll take a look at the to particle being used to mean something like and also the ka particle being used to mean something like or. In both cases, we're just presenting several different things that exist with the same level of importance in the overall sentence.
これは消しゴムと鉛筆です。
消しゴムと鉛筆です。鉛筆です。
青い靴か赤い靴。
Interesting with the comma placement. 青い靴か赤い靴. Right, self-explanatory. Too bad. Were there special notes about to? Okay. The last one in speech and conversation can often be omitted. Fair enough. Let's look at if there are any. Okay, so I guess ka. That's fair. Ka could be at the end. Fair enough. Fair enough. And it would be dependent on the rising tone, right? Whether it's saying or asking a question. Interesting. From these examples, we can see that in Japanese, ka is performing the same role as the question mark would, or that a change in tone in the spoken language. This nuance of ka can be used after the dictionary form of almost any word in Japanese, right? However, using des and mas will change the nuance from presenting possibility to a. Fair enough. Now that we know a couple ways to list, 2 ways to list things, let's take a deeper dive into the logic of listing in Japanese. How exhausting, yeah. So although to can be translated as and, its usage is strictly stricter than the English and. It means an exhaustive list, so just those things. This means that everything marked by to makes up the entire list with no exceptions. So it's not among things, but the things. Right.
今週は明日と水曜日と木曜日が休みです。
Yeah, so this isn't like, for example, it wouldn't necessarily suggest Wednesdays and Thursdays, perhaps. And it's exhaustive, basically. These are the only possibilities in this week. To make it incomplete or open-ended list, we can use the particle ya. Okay, so they do include ya or toka. So those are the other two, both of which we will learn about in future topics because they are later down the road as well. It's interesting they kept it in here.
私は日本語や英語を話します。
Yeah, so this is a non-exhaustive list. So you're providing some examples among other possibilities.
僕はピーナッツとか甘いお菓子は食べません。
I don't recall. Oh no, yeah. Toka is or in a non-exhaustive or. Mixing and matching. Although to and ka can be both used to make sorts of lists, we aren't forced to choose one or the other and combine them to create more complex structure. All the nouns joined together by to become a single noun phrase. So they can be treated like one big noun. It is like creating a set. Then we can use ka to offer a choice between those sets. Yeah.
明日は消しゴムと鉛筆とパソコンかペンとノートとスマホが必要です。
Oh, okay. Yeah. Pento, noto, smaho ga hitsuyo desu. So they took two lists and compared them. It's or two lists, right? Or two of the list of nouns. All right, never-ending homework. Interesting. Okay.
お父さん、今日は金曜日だ。映画を見る？トム、僕は映画を見ないよ。これは学校の宿題。お父さん、それは音楽の教科書と漢字のノートと英語の本？トム、そう、これは月曜日の宿題。土曜日と日曜日は野球の練習だ。お父さん、あれはレポート？トム、あれもシチューかサラダかステーキを作る宿題。お父さんが明日シチューを作るよ。トム、ありがとうお父さん。僕は漢字の練習を始めます。
Okay. So, the father said today is Friday. Do you want to watch a movie? Right? And the son said that I can't watch a movie. With an emphasis, I can't watch a movie. There's homework to be done, right? There's homework. Or this is I guess he's pointing to this is school's homework. So like he's showing this is school's homework. Then the father said that music textbook, right, and a kanji textbook and an English or book. So those are music, kanji, and English books, right, or textbook. It's inferred that it's a textbook. So there's the textbook book. The textbook is the music textbook, and then there's the notebook for kanji, and then the English book for English, which I just heard as book. He specifically said ongaku no kyokasho to, right, kanji no noto to eigo no hon. So specifically textbook, notebook, and book, which is a great way for them to specifically be a little bit pedantic on throwing in different ways to express different types of books. And then so acknowledgement, right? These are Mondays, right? Mondays work. So Mondays assignments. And then Saturday and Sundays. Saturday and Sunday, yasai. Yasai. Oh no, yaku. Sorry, yaku. Yaku. Yasai. Sorry, I thought he was talking about food already. Yaku, and no, there's baseball practice. Renshu da. There's baseball practice on Saturday and Sundays. And the father said, and also, right, and also, or over there is a report. So like, and that a report, right? So their report, he's pointing to this away from both of them, right? And his son said, oh yeah, and that too, right? And that too. This is where it was a little bit weird. So then it pivoted to the son saying stew or salad or steak. Like the assignment was to make soup, salad, or steak, right? Or the homework or the assignment is, which that was a bit of a pivot. I was like, wait a minute, now are they talking about dinner? Or are they talking about the assignment? So then the father said, well, tomorrow we can I'll make steak, right? Or I'll make stew, sorry, not steak. I'll make stew with an emphasis. I like how it says dad will make steak, but he's referring to himself in the third person. Or we talked about that yesterday, where you can refer to yourself like that. Like the father said, father is going to make steak tomorrow, right? And then the kid says, thank you, father. I'm in terms of me, right, I'm going to start on the kanji assignment, or I'm gonna go practice kanji. Specifically, they said renshu. Thanks, Ion. All right, so this is pretty standard. So listing is good. They included ya, which is nice, and then toka versus to and ka. So to, ka are the exhaustive, and ya and toka are the non-exhaustive analogous ones. So to, ya, and then we have ka and toka. Now there are a few more, like shi, which is a list of reasons. And then there are comparisons, like a list of comparisons. So there are a couple N4s that's what they mean by future lessons as well. All right, let's go back. Let's look at this. What is our next one? Demonstratives. Point out and identify locations in the world. Yeah, so now we're going to demonstratives as opposed to the nominalized ones, like sore, kore, tore, you know. kore, sore, are. Now we have the koko, soko, and asoko for the demonstratives. So in this topic, we're going to learn about another set of kosoado words, right? Where kore, sore, are are used with objects. Koko, soko, and asoko are used with places. They roughly correspond to here, there, and over there. Pretty straightforward.
ここは病院ですね。そこはレストランだ。あそこはお寺ですよね。
I like how they integrated the different degrees of confirmation, right? Ne is a softened confirmation. Da is a casual statement, right? And then yone is a assertive confirmation, right? From our previous topic. And then we have a byoin, hospital, restaurant, and otera, right? Actually, there was a desk too. I think I often would use something more formal when you're talking about something like very important. Otera, the temple is quite important, so that's kind of an interesting point right there. Are there any nuances of koko? Koko should not be confused with kochi. A similar word which is also translated as here. Kochi focuses more on the direction that one goes, versus the stationary. So kochi, like, come towards this direction. What about, is this with sochi? Yeah. So we have all the cautions would be then the kosoado of the direction. So kochi, sochi, and achi, right? Those are, and then there are others which we'll probably get to when it comes to ors, like kochira, sochira. All right, whoa, interesting. Everything, everywhere, all at once. Cute. This is a fantastic movie, by the way. Fantastic movie. It's an Asian American movie. So now that we understand the basic idea of kosoato words, let's take a look at our best picture, right? Best picture 2000. Ah, man, has it been that long? Maybe 2014, 2013? Oh, not 14, 13. 2020. Wait, hold up. Has it been that long? No. Right? 2022. 2022's picture of the year. You personally missed this image at Kore Kono topic? You personally missed this image? Oh, interesting. Let's take a look at our Japanese. That's a new word for me. Diasis. Diasis?
Deixis.
Diasis. Interesting. These words known as dialects or indexicals point to real world context rather than having a fixed meaning. Interesting. Words or phrases whose meaning depends entirely on the situational context in which they're spoken. That describes a lot of things. AI overview. Okay. Alright. Dices diagram. Language spatial relations diagram, and learn a bit more about how the Japanese language works as a whole. All right, everywhere. Let's see, what are they saying? Knowledge that is intimate to ko. Yes. Yeah, knowledge that is intimate to so. Right, and then knowledge that's intimate to a. And then knowledge that is intimate to ko and so. sure, right? Then knowledge that is intimate to ko and right? Fair enough. Knowledge that is mutually intimate among all. That's interesting. Knowledge that is intimate to so and right? Okay. Do not complicate things. Let's just focus on the fact that koso represents any of the kosoado words in this diagram, regardless of whether it is a thing, a place, or a concept. All words will always refer to the speaker's frame of reference, right? So words will always refer to the listener's frame of reference, and words can either refer to something that is shared knowledge or distance from both the speaker and listener. Eventually there's going to be a topic, I imagine, about giving and receiving, which can be drawn analogous to this. So giving or receiving is going to be interesting. I'm curious what kind of diagram they're going to use. Often in Japanese, subjects and pronouns, because giving and receiving deals with point of reference. So the frame of reference depends. Loaning, borrowing, giving, and receiving is also dependent on the frame of reference. If you're specifically talking about the receiver or the giver in third or first person, and which direction are you talking about, the giver giving something to the receiver or the receiver receiving something from the giver? So that type of thing and would require one of these diagrams too, or something similar to these diagrams. Often in Japanese, subjects and pronouns, etc. are left out, but one of the reasons for this is because the kosoado framework innately exists within a conversation. That's fair. So references to any of these words will tell the listener straight away what kind of relationship the speaker has to it. This is why it sounds like a speaker is trying to distance themselves from something. Interesting. When they use are. Oh, okay. When the are in question is not shared, right? It's like saying, oh, that thing I know about but don't want to think about as part of myself. That's fair. That's right. That's on cue. When both the speaker and the listener do not know what it is about, though, it will come across as A plus B plus C because they both don't know it. We both know the thing, but like, don't make me say it situation. Like, they have it in common that they don't want to mention it. They both want to distance. We'll learn about do specifically a bit later, but in short, is basically used for asking questions. Yeah. Taurus troubles. All right, I see shop, mise, or ya, mise, era, and restaurant, right? So let's look at what they say. Let's listen.
サリー、すみません。八百屋はここですか？ももこ、ここは銀行です。八百屋はあそこです。サリー、あそこ、赤い建物ですか？ももこ、あ、それは神社です。有名な日本の神社ですよ。八百屋はあそこの建物です。サリー、見えます。ありがとうございます。ももこ、いいえ。あ、そこも有名なレストランですよ。肉、魚も美味しい。パンもコーヒーも有名です。サリー、ありがとうございます。晩ご飯は肉を食べます。ももこ、いってらっしゃい。
Okay. So, Sari is Well, that's kind of interesting. But Sadi is probably the one with the backpack because she's the one that's traveling, right? Excuse me. The store is the store here. Just pointing to the map, right? It's my initial thought is she would be Sadi would be holding the map to show to Momoko, and then pointing, but that maybe Momoko took the map and he's like, you know. And so she asks, they use yaoya. Yaoya is a way to refer to the grocery store, like a very, like specifically a grocery store. And like a place that has produce, so to speak, as opposed to using like nise or konbini or something like a convenience store place. So very specifically yaoya, and this is a exceptional read. And then she said, well, this is here is the bank, right? Momoko says, here is the bank. The grocery store is over there. And then you're imagining her like pointing to probably the map as opposed to like literally the place. The interesting thing is now you have to think about what they said up here, right? So the whole like intimacy thing. So it doesn't quite, it's a little tough framing it around the intimacy thing. So she's asking a question despite saying it's a point of reference from her. So not to overcomplicate things. So we won't overcomplicate it for the time being, right? And then Sari said, Asoko. So like over there, like the red building, right? So referring to the red building, she might be pointing at the map or pointing off in the distance. And then Momoko said, that's the temple, or that is the temple. It's a famous Japanese temple, right? And then we have the yo for the emphasize. The grocery store is the building, is that building. So I would imagine, since we haven't done prepositions or relative positions yet, you could imagine her pointing to the building next to the temple, maybe like far from both of them, right? And then Sadi is like, oh, I see, right? I see, and she's using the tenego. That's an important thing to also note. They're both using the entire time they're using tenego because they're strangers. So that's also another thing to be like, sumimasen, right? Koko desu ka, right? Asoko desu, right? You have des and mas form because they're strangers. That's also worth noting at all times. So like miemasu versus mieru, right? And then she says, I see, thank you very much, right? Arigatou gozaimasu, right? Tenego. And then this is one of the idiosyncrasies. So ie, she's saying like, oh, don't worry about it, not necessarily ie as in no, right? I wonder if they translate it that way. Yeah, they translate no. So ie, despite it being no, it's like, oh, don't worry about it situation, right? And then she also said right? There, so there is also a famous restaurant with the yo. So from our previous topic, meat, fish also, meat, fish also delicious, right? So delicious meat and delicious fish. The bread and coffee are famous, right? Are also famous. But let's see how they go about. No, That is also a famous restaurant. The meat and fish is good too, right? So the way this is ran, there is a colloquialness of inferring that there is a list here, which is interesting because we're doing a topic. That our last topic was on list, but when you read this, there's an inference of lists. So the meat and fish is good too. That's why I said and, despite there technically isn't an and, but the mo implies that they're referring to this. And then you can see that there's another way where you can do and, which is to say something also, which was not covered sort of in the last topic. So you can rattle casually off by saying, oh, also this, also that, also the next thing, and also that, as opposed to like do and right, do, or the non-exhaustive yeah, right. I was expecting this to happen, but it's interesting that they didn't incorporate how to and ya works. Then thank you very much again, right? And then she says she's going to eat meat for dinner, and it's going to be in the future. You're going to say she's going to be referring to the future because dinner hasn't happened yet. That's also a important thing to note, that contextually you should know it's the future tense, or like it's in the future. While it says it's non-past, you wouldn't read this as I eat meat for dinner, as opposed to I will have meat for dinner, largely because contextually when they're speaking like this, you have to understand that she's talking about what she's going to do, not what she is doing. And then iterashai is to take care, or like have a good time, or it's a way to wish someone good travels and whatnot, right? So there is a lot of subtext here when you're reading it, and that's kind of a lovely thing that you can try to infer. Obviously I'm pointing out the parts where, or I'm reminding myself the parts where you're inferring, because Japanese, we get to that point where Japanese, there is a bit more contextual things. Now, I talked about this before. That's not because English is not contextual. Nowadays, when you speak to people with NetSpeak, it is about this level of contextualness. Now, the reason why I feel that it's a similar level of contextualness online, not like when you're speaking. Maybe it's a little different if you're like in a workplace or among colleagues or in an academic institution. However, the common English colloquial requires this contextual awareness nowadays. And the reason that it reminds me of these things is because I typically I have to ask the question to form a normalized context. So when someone says like, yeah, my day was all right, what do you think that means? So contextually, if someone is like, for example, here's an English equivalent sometimes, or not really English equivalent, but how English can be contextual, to give this similar feeling. When someone asks, how's your day? What do you say? You could say my day is all right. And there's a contextual understanding to what all right means. And it's heavily dependent on whether they're going to say something else or not. So much like this, when she says, I'm going to non-pass, right? Non-past tense, eat meat for dinner, because of the nature of the situation and the stuff before and after it, or largely the stuff before it, is inferred that she's going to do it. Now, when someone says, I'm all right, and says nothing else, the alright means it's a pleasantry. You're not here to ask, like, it's no big deal, basically. Alright is closer to no big deal or uneventful, versus it was alright, and then they proceed to tell you something about it. Then it was more than alright. It was something eventful that is alright. And that's kind of where English has been going. Less, but more contextual. And oftentimes, I find myself asking the same questions when I'm listening to people speak English. Now, for the record, this is my social norm in places like speaking to my parents and reading Japanese or seeing Japanese. In English, it's far more ambiguous. So the whole like relying on context in English is difficult because the English speakers are also diversified. Now, here's the kicker. Occasionally, I would bump into another person who is speaking Japanese, as in like they're trying to use their Japanese, but they're not from Japan, or like they're not native Japanese. Now, when they speak, what they mean by the Japanese, that's where the kicker comes in. So sometimes they would use, they want to express themselves, right? So this is where I highlighted the idea that despite rigid language usage, when a language gets adopted or get used from another person's cultural behavior, that ends up making the language more nebulous. So when someone says "O genki desu ka?" right? They're asking, "Are you okay?" or "How's it going?" right? However, when they're asking "O genki desu ka?" I am interpreting it. I can choose to interpret it the way Japanese would intend, or I interpret it as someone who is using Japanese to express what they really actually want to ask me from their cultural background. So then I would reply in Japanese. I can choose to reply in Japanese the way I think they're going to receive it, or I reply in the way Japanese people reply to it. So those things is like this Venn diagram, is like this diagram here. Now, intimacy, in the idea of intimacy is also that two people are on the same page, so that you can do a diagram of communication using this exact diagram. So when the person asks "O genki desu ka?" right? Is it that they are asking in which it's A and B? Or are they asking in a different context? So that can be very difficult. And while we're learning all of these things in the context of Japanese normatives, we have to also come to the acceptance that, or at least me, the acceptance that I'm juggling two different types of roles here. The vast majority of people that I interact with are using Japanese and they're learning the context of native Japanese, while at the same time, when they want to express themselves, it depends. Then it depends, because are you expressing yourself, or are you mechanically mirroring Japanese culture? I say this because in English, the norm is to assume that English is being expressive of the person. It's a consequence of English being the common language. So I typically ask. The typical thing is to test whether that person wants to speak it more or not. For myself, my social norm is when you ask, how are you? I will continue the conversation. On the online, 9 out of 10 times, it's a pleasantry. In fact, you might not even have to say anything back. Like, how are you is hello. So that's kind of the tough part about doing Japanese, because Japanese, you can learn all these rules, you can learn all these nuances, as I mentioned before, because Japan itself is not fractional. Like, there's not as large of a fractionalization than English. English, when someone talks to you and they like say, oh yeah, you're really having a bad day today, aren't you? And I'm like, are you being polite? Are you like jesting? Or do you really mean it? It would depend on the person's cultural background. Like, because there's not enough context. Like, sometimes they might just be joking, you know, taking jabs. That's part of the cultural background of that person. Or like, I would take it seriously because that's part of my cultural background. Now, the thing about this is I'm more in this territory though. So whenever I'm talking about noticing, oh, they're obviously being very polite to each other, that's what I do in English. So I usually default to being polite in English, be very clear and concise in English, which is at odds with sometimes Japanese, because Japanese is contextualized. The context works because most people are on the same page. Now, in English, I am going to be real. I'm the one that's typically not on the same page. So most other people are on the same page because they find me instead. So usually there's some pre-selection. So when people talk in English, they sound similar to me. However, whenever I talk, I get misunderstood, which is very normal. So I don't really have a problem with it. Since it occurs very frequently, I understand what I need to do or what I should do. Hence why whenever I talk to someone like Procall and stuff, we would enter like a 2 or 3 hour discussion about miscommunication or like clarification. We would be clarifying to each other consistently when we're talking, largely because we come from different cultural backgrounds. Despite him, you know, being British English and I'm being American, it still occurs very often in English. Japanese, not so much per se. It does occur more frequently, and by by naturalness, like by logic, it will occur more frequently when you have people outside of Japan living under different environmental situations, trying to mirror what it's like to have cultural norms in Japan. So we have to keep that in mind. In the future, when I'm speaking Japanese, it will be choosing between the two. Like, am I speaking to someone who likes to use Japanese to express themselves versus coincidentally they like to express themselves in Japanese, adhering to Japanese social norms? Those are like two different things, right? I speak English. I default to a type of English that represents my Chinese value system my parents impart. So typically my English will sound a little bit more are not kore, are, most of the time. And one of the ones, like the last topic, when Otosan, the father referred to himself as Otosan, like in his statement, that's kind of what I typically sound like. It feels like most of my English is a bit distant. So when someone tries to ask me a question, right? Like, hey, what do you think is the best way to learn Japanese? When I speak, immediately I sound distant. It sounds like I'm talking about are, asoko the whole time. Like, and the reason why it's over there is because it is also far away from the person I'm talking to illustrate like what they are talking about here about intimacy. I often express opinions that are not my own. That is my default. However, from the perspective of the listener, the vast number of listeners that I encounter online, they assume when I speak distant, they assume I'm referring to my own opinions, which I don't. I actually use words like personally, in my opinion, I think, I consider, I use the pronoun to remove all ambiguousness. So I think, based on my experience, this is what I would attempt to do, right? So not, oh, I have heard that someone, that others or people have considered this. That is, are, you're distancing yourself from it. And it may or may not be known to your listener. So most of my English deals with this concept already. That's not to say that other people deal with this English concept. In most cases, this English concept is, or this concept in English, at least the English online, typically there's only two spheres. Like, usually, actually, most of the time it's like this sphere. Wait, I need black here. It's like here. This is typically like most of the time, more than 50% of the time, English is in this sphere. And then oftentimes, the reason why they're both one sphere without a detraction is often other opinions are presented by default as though it's your perspective. So like, I love this game, and I would ask the person, in what way do you love this game? And they would say something like, lots of people like it. So like, it can be that they like it because a lot of other people like it. So it's English right now in NetSpeak is typically are and ore together. And then the listener generally assumes this. That's why when someone makes a comment, the listener tends to assume that the person is speaking their mind, speaking their own opinion. And that comes from the idea that online, when you interact with people, you're simply expressing your own opinion, right? Because you're having a parasocial relationship with everything. When you type a YouTube comment, you're speaking for yourself. Or the data, you're constantly speaking for yourself. The literal speaker is responsible for both the data they contain and them. So the most common English practice is that if someone says something, it is of their opinion or of the opinions they associate with. So there's no concept of dissonance, like a distance where it's neither the two, which that brings me to my miscommunication most of the time. I speak here first. I distance myself because I am unsure what the listener knows, and the listener should be accepting that they don't quite know what I know yet. That's why we talk. So this is kind of like how politeness works. that feeling that whatever I say feels like I'm keeping my distance away from it until we become more personal. So the intimacy circle is that I don't make assumptions about you. And you don't make assumptions about me. That's what politeness is. And I talk about politeness quite a bit, where people don't talk that way. They usually, what I hear when I'm the listener is that they project. Basically, I think this is a good game. And then it's inferring that you should too. You should think this is a good game most of the time. As opposed to, do you think this is a good game? I've heard a lot of things about this game. What do you think about this game? So, like, when you go and talk to a stranger, you're going to ask them what their thoughts are and share potential thoughts of other people. You're not sharing your personal thoughts first and assuming what their personal thoughts are going to be. Hence the concept, right? So I do quite enjoy this type of like reflection. I'm using like a English counterpart of how to explain these things because personally the whole concept of see is not really present in NetSpeak. So when you're learning English online and speaking English online, it can definitely, in my opinion, be a little difficult to conceptualize the C bubble. So A plus C, A, B, C, and B, C. This bubble right here is very difficult, in my opinion. And I'm not saying difficult as in you can't ever learn it. It's difficult because it's unfamiliar. It's quite unfamiliar. So my reference that I typically make is go listen to a politician in English. Right? Listen to a politician. Maybe listen to a scientist or someone who is being asked personal questions. You can see them differentiate between what's here and what's here. Like, I'm not at liberty to say due to my inexperience. However, according to data that other researchers that have followed this phenomenon, they claim this to be the following. So it is not of my opinion, and I'm distancing myself from what I have read that is not of my opinion, but based on the experience of others. That is English that you would probably hear from a politician or someone educated in a public space that needs to take accountability for their own personal stuff, and that's the English that would happen. So do streamers sound like that? Do content creators typically sound like that? Do colloquial people online sound like that? No. Do comments, podcasts, like reactions, do they sound like that? They do not. So it's not a social norm. And for myself, this was refreshing. It's one of the more refreshing things about seeing a language. When you're learning Japanese, it may be able to help you or help, like, encourage, maybe perhaps why politicians, why like the dislike about English and politicians and educators or scientific technicality and whatnot, why it's very important to use that type of language. And it is baked into Japanese acceptance, largely because of like honne, right? Honne and tatemae. You have to keep yourself, your personal emotions and your personal connections fairly exclusive from your public space, from your public face, the face culture, like 面子, right? For the Chinese idea, the face. You're in public space, you're trying not to be personal. You do not want to sound direct. And you can do that in English. The thing is, most of the English-speaking countries, like countries that embrace English to some way, they are habitually westernized. So it is socially normative to be a little bit expressive and direct. Not that the language itself may be inherently expressive and direct, like the tools in the language, the behavior also is reflective. You are more often likely to normally express your opinions. It's commonly accepted. So it's like chicken or the egg situation. Is the language inherently expressive, or the people using the language inherently more expressive, and therefore the language became that, like the more common things heard due to the tool being used that way? For me, it's the latter, largely because English has often been a common miscommunication that I have. Not that I don't understand being direct in English, like I can be forward in English. I genuinely and generally choose not to. So when learning Japanese, this is a core principle, like one of the core principles, only because, in my opinion, largely because Japan's culture and their language is still largely exclusive to Japan and the social norms. In English, the sky's the limit. If you surround your life with politicians and educators and intellectuals, you'll get used to the common vernacular in science. Like when me and my best friends talk, like my colleague best friends, the ones that I knew that are well educated, it's not a bad or good thing. It's a status that typically leads to this. When we talk about things and express our opinions, we talk at a distance. Despite being personal with each other, we don't make bold claims like, what are your thoughts about this movie? There were a lot of talks about this movie being an excellent demonstration of this. I seemingly agree with this. What are your thoughts about it? Not, this movie was great, right? Like, I thought this movie was awesome. You must have thought this movie was awesome, right? That doesn't happen very often, right? Even when I'm really personal with my best friends, I would want to ask them what their opinions are. And that's where it gets into Japanese, where like, I remember someone way back telling me like, oh yeah, hoshi, don't use this to express other people's desires. Like I'm aware of that. Like, because it's very important to me. You don't express other people's desire. You try to work around how to infer or suggest they may desire this thing. All those English words I rarely ever hear come out of people's mouths or typed in online. They do not ever use are. They typically use I think. The truth is that. Not even the truth is. It's more like I think that. And it's inferred that they know. This diagram is fantastic. I'll have to think about how I would come up with an anecdote in English to parallel this concept in the future. Anyways, just thought I'd share something. Let's do one more topic because I have time for one more topic today. Oh wait, did I not mark it? I didn't mark it. Mark it. Super interesting topic. Very interesting. Notice when I said it's super interesting topic, I just now said super interesting topic. Now the question is, was I referring to my own personal opinion? Well, since I said it was super interesting is a neutral word. So I didn't say like, oh, I love this topic. That's a different story. The topic is interesting, and it can be interesting to a lot of people. I usually use words like interesting because it's a neutral word. Like, you could find it interestingly bad. I could find it interestingly good. I'm not using any personal words. So English deals quite a lot with diction. And whenever someone tries to get close to me, or when they're trying to learn something from me or get to know me, it can be very difficult, right? Because most of my English is very distant. Like when someone asks me, what is your favorite game? And I would answer by saying, well, depending on your criteria, like if you are willing to share what your criteria is when qualifying favorite game, here are the following things that I may be able to qualify as favorite. Let's use frequency, for example. If it was based on frequency, then this particular game would be my game because it has the largest number, it has the most playtime on it across my lifetime. Now, it sounds very distant, even though I'm sharing something personal. So usually English, you have to distance yourself using your kind of the wiggle room I'm saying is you end up sounding like a politician or like a scientist being pedantic. That's the feeling that English speaker or someone who's in a westernized culture who's speaking English would feel like. It's like, why do you say it like that? Like, why are you saying it like it's something void of feeling and also a bit distant? Like you're not really answering from your own personal side. It's because that's how I would speak to another person. And when someone refers or defers to like, oh, so then you love this game, it's like, I didn't say I love this game. I said based on frequency, if frequency is a qualifier for favorite, then I have played this game the longest, which can be in an inference to fulfill your definition of favorite. I didn't say I love the game. That's a different story. If I love the game, I would say I love the game. That's kind of what happens often. English, there's a lot of inference too. There's a inherent contextual inference. Now, the thing is, it's not as homogeneous as Japan. So whenever you're learning these things, it's concise or more concise, relatively speaking. It's still an apples and oranges comparison. However, when it's unified, still 99% in Japan, you can do that. In English, a great example of this phenomenon that Japan has, go into an echo chamber. The internet has made it very excellent as a social environment, a social experiment to understand your appreciation for Japanese. So this is my maybe a hot take or my provocative reason for learning Japanese. When one appreciates what Japanese is doing, like the whole intimacy and politeness, use that. Test that out with English if you're an English speaker, right? Test that out in a echo chamber, in a internet echo chamber. Because when you become aware, like since you're learning Japanese, you're constantly like trying to get your head into the Japanese mindset, like why do they do these things? Why are they motivated to do these things, etc. and so on. Now apply that same attentiveness, like that attention to detail, right? And focus on that. Now go into a Discord that is for a niche thing, or go into a larger Discord that is enriched for something. The English changes, and the English has so much contextual inference. The more closed off the community is, that creates a microcosm for understanding why Japan has these nuances and rules that are very consistent. So, because I feel like the appreciation for this is a bit tough, largely because most people, at least in my opinion, are familiar, that are learning Japanese, are likely going to be more familiar with the noisiness that is English. And I think that is what makes learning English an apples and oranges comparison. You're not learning English in the same nature as Japanese, for that matter. You can manage to have that experience though online. So that's one of the few places that you can go into like a Discord of Japanese language learners who speak English versus a Discord of Japanese or of physics learners who speak English, and immediately you can see the English shift. And when they say things, they're inferring so many things. Like the context of English just shifts entirely. So whenever someone I can give you an example of NetSpeak. Whenever someone says TBH, I literally think usually like I have to remind myself that they don't mean they lie most of the time. Like, to be honest, to be frank, is to be direct. The thing is, on NetSpeak, like on Twitch and YouTube, when someone says TBH, it no longer means that. So contextually, you have to understand that, all right, well, are you on Twitch right now and this person's speaking? The likelihood is when they say TBH, they actually don't infer that they were being distant before. They're using it for emphasis, not to be personal. Like when I say, to be frank with you, I am being personal now. I'm shifting from being distant to personal. TPH, I'm not being honest. Fictitious. Thanks, Fictitious, for the comment. So for me, I have come to learn that, like, I joke around every once in a while and people don't understand I'm joking. Like Fictitious, what he said. When someone says TBH, this game really sucks, and I'm like, so you were lying before? That would be my inside joke. However, it wouldn't make any sense to most people, because TBH means they are saying this game does really suck. Like, it is emphasizing that the game sucks. It's not saying that they're being honest or more personal now. They're literally emphasizing. And literally is another one, right? Literally, figuratively, presumption, assumption. Assumption just means presume. Compare means contrast only. So these are like Twitch bubble. But then you get like even smaller bubbles that can create English, contextual English, which is crazy. When I was growing up before these echo chambers, you don't have these sudden shifts. Like, you get whiplash from English when someone from a small or like a echo chamber start talking to you. Like yesterday or 2 days ago, drama, right? I do this too, right away. So I slip up too when I get into echo chambers for too long. Drama said, oh, I was listing off the different Persona games, right? P3, P3R, P3P, and stuff. And Drama said, oh, what about P4A? And my first thought was like, but P4A is an anime, the animation. So, well, I can't do anything about that. I can't stream animation. And then he corrected me and he said, oh no, like, he means Persona 4 Arena. Now, then I immediately respond like, I don't think P4, I know it says Persona 4 Arena, but it's not abbreviated P4A. It's abbreviated P4U. Persona 4 Arena Ultramax. And it's called Persona 4 the Ultimate. So P4U. because P4A stands for P4 animation and P4 golden animation. So that's what happens in English. It's echo chambers produce contextual misunderstanding for a lot, like really often. And I don't know if that happens in Japanese. It would be really interesting. Well, we'll see in the future. We'll do one more topic though. Let's do one more topic. I can't tell you how often, like, my communication skills are probably largely because of how often I have miscommunications with people in English. So whenever I think about how some people want to like go to Japan, right, live in Japan, learn all of its idiosyncrasies and stuff, and then have harmony, right, be like not needing to know new context and how attractive the Japanese language and Japan is, I think it's also very correlating, okay, not causation, but it's very correlating, because when you spend a lot of time online and the Discord servers that you have, the places that you go, the virtual space that you go feels like Japan. As in, you go in and you never have to communicate very descriptively or having to solve problems and miscommunication. Most people are on the same page. And that elegance, that coincidence that Japan still is a great place that has that, it, in my opinion, is coincidental but also cathartic. So having rules and then everyone speaking with those rules can be very awesome. And for myself, when I'm thinking about these, like, yeah, like, Japan is fantastic and I would love to go there temporarily, but generally speaking, like, I'm everywhere. So for the most part, my skill sets and stuff deal with miscommunication and comparing and contrasting this stuff. So that's why I'm talking about it in this way. It will be interesting in the future to see. I'm like maybe 2 or 3 years now when Japanese of all the languages are punching way above its homogeneity. So like the heterogeneous, like the mosaicness of Japanese usage is starting to show, like especially online, where even someone like myself would say like, well, yeah, I get it that it's not native Japanese, but at the same time, it's adapting Japanese to the environment that it is being used now, which is on Twitch or online or through anime. Like a lot of people would argue, right? Native Japanese speakers may argue that it's like, oh, okay, all these kids are learning Japanese by listening to these easy listening people and reading manga and anime. It's existed even prior to social media, right? And they're like, oh, their Japanese is weird now, like it sounds like youth culture and whatnot. And then you get the native speakers in Japanese that we don't sound like that, right? That type of thing. And here I'm saying the same thing about English. Whenever I log off, right, I don't speak on stream, I still sound a little bit weird or unnatural to the substantial number of content creators, in my opinion. And I don't even know them, and I'm willing to bet that I substantially sound different in a room. If I had a conversation with them, what I would typically do is match their energy. So I would change my diction and change the way I speak when I'm speaking in someone else's domain, basically. Like if I show up in someone else's like content or something, I would be speaking very appropriately because it is their environment, right? Are speak in their environment, not speak in mine. So here I sound like this. However, I'm still also changing my voice a bit to compromise. I think the closest thing that someone can get to how I typically sound in my head is probably in the Discord, when because the Discord is my personal echo chamber. So whenever someone asks a question in Discord, then they will probably hear how I typically sound. Like it's it's dictionary prone, like it's hyper aggressively technical or rambling verbosity and consistent uses of rhetoric with detractions and leaps of logic that I'm inferring other people may follow. When I'm on stream, I'm trying to be as concise, literal as possible, because that reflects the appropriateness. Curious where Japanese is going to go from here, honestly. All right, so let's do our last lesson, which is very important, by the way. This is the segue into this. The next one is minding your manners, right? Minding your manners is so at odds with live streaming. It makes me like dramatic irony, like dramatic ironically laugh about this concept that people who are chronically on the internet is trying to understand minding your manners, because it's at odds with the whole idea of the internet. You aren't minding your manners. When you're online, you're trying not to mind your manners. You're trying to be expressive, invasive, and constantly probing. So it's funny to me, it's very humorous that learning Japanese may make people online more wary about their concept of minding your manners. Hello there, drama. All right, so let's go through this topic here. So in this bonus topic, the last topic in each section is pretty wonderful. We're going to learn more essential phrases and see how they're used in real life situations, like at a shop or a restaurant. Japanese customers, service workers are famous for being incredibly polite, right? The word is polite, not the same as nice or kind, right? Polite. And what they say generally follows a specific script, right? We already talked about the lack of fractionalization in Japan, so hence why we can read topics like this. If you know your lines, then everything becomes much easier, which is very net speak friendly. Details. Let's take a tour through a variety of common situations where manners come in handy. Welcome. Irashaimasa. Irashaimase. When entering a store, it is normal to hear the shout irashaimase. This means something like welcome, and the customer is not expected to say anything back, although a polite smile or small bow of the head is fine. I usually bow. I actually bow on a normal basis. So like when I'm receiving a gift, when I walk into a shop, I actually do bow. Like I nod forward. Like I would see the cashier or something, or like the waitress, and I would actually nod. So that is actually a thing I do while living in the United States. So not abnormal to me. Was watching a JP blog, and then the person checked into a hotel. It was just white noise for you. Are you, how does that make you feel, drama? The white noise. Once in the store, you can catch the attention of staff saying sumimasen, right, excuse me, in more casual restaurants such as a ramen shop or an izakaya, a Japanese pub. It is okay to call for the waiter across the room. In fact, they normally won't come to you, come to serve to you until you have to call for them. You could argue that if you're outside of a very busy restaurant or something in the United States, it's the opposite. It's typically the opposite. The waiter comes to you because they're expected to come to you. and they're expected to see to you at all times. That is what their service is. So to provide like a fairly interesting contrast of decorum, it is expected, like it is entitled, you are entitled as the customer to be served. Obviously, just because you're entitled doesn't mean it happens all the time, because the waiter could be like under the, we're talking about the social norms here. So it's a very I bring this up because my parents work in restaurants. My parents used to work restaurants, and Chinese restaurants run by Chinese people and Vietnamese people are very, it happens when Americans from other cultures may have differing expectations. So like what's considered potentially rude is also largely a miscommunication social norm. Like you have to call the people to get, like you have to get their attention to be served often. And lots of like the hybrid restaurants, at least in around the United States, would be you actually literally go up to the counter and do it, and then go back to your seat, and then they'll bring it out, and then they won't ever return back to your table unless you specifically address them. So this creates a very frequent, in my opinion, in my like personal life, it creates more of a frequent time when it feels a little weird. And this sensitivity does occur between different Americans, different types of Americans. It's a funny sight. I think it's for me, growing up in the United States and being an Asian American, I think it's endearing. It's very quaint. It reminds me that I live in a country with a lot of different people. so obviously the people who get angry, or someone gets angry, or maybe they just like make up, it all happens, all of them. Sometimes the customer would get angry, sometimes they would find out, sometimes they would make up, or they learn something, and sometimes you can see another person adopt another decorum, or vice versa. It's the mixed bag when we talk about fractionalization. You were like, yeah, Japanese, easy understanding everything, and then they gave me the reality check. Oh, so that's how you felt. Okay. But it's whatever. You haven't put time into learning Keigo. Oh, yeah, the restaurant Keigo. Fair enough. Yeah, the Keigo forms. In a Japanese Netflix show, there's a guy in Rent just eating, and then he had to go into a Chinese restaurant, and they showed it as the worst experience you could have. A retired guy. The German coming out. Oh, okay. Yeah, like I remember I had a few acquaintances before, and we walked into a Vietnamese place, a Vietnamese American place, largely Vietnamese, and the children were Vietnamese American that also work. It's typical that the second gen children will be also present in the restaurant, and it was a pho place. And we sat down, and I was looking through the menu, and my company were looking around thinking that the waiter was gonna come to them. And my first thought was, oh no, we're just gonna pick something, and then I'm gonna order for you. I'm gonna go up, like, let's decide, and then I'll go up and to the counter to order the food, and then they'll bring it to the table, right? And then throughout the meal, they would ask like, oh, I think we need more like napkins, or like I need another spoon, and they're out of spoons. Like, oh yeah, don't worry about it. And then I would go up to the counter to ask them if they have something and bring it back. And was one of the interactions, right? Because that's one of the social norms that happens. Not all, obviously. Again, the United States is noisy, right? There are Vietnamese establishments, like Vietnamese American establishments, where they went the other way. They understand that their customers are more of the other clientele, as in the European variety descendants, and then they would adapt their strategy to it. However, when you go to like a local place, a place where, let's say you go to like a Chinatown, for example, and their customers are largely Chinese immigrants or Chinese natives that are visiting, then you get the opposite because they're adapting to their clientele. So oftentimes when you walk into like a Vietnamese establishment that's in like the white American suburbs, their mentality is different. They would like weigh on you, ask you if you want water or something every like 5 minutes because they realize that business is better that way. So that's kind of, and I could use Chinese restaurants as a reason too. Like it varies, depends on the clientele. So you have to look around and look at the context. And we have to keep in mind historically, like for example, Chinese and Japanese by extension, most of their behavior is contextual. It's about being polite, right? So whatever fits their clientele is the most polite thing to do. So when you walk in and you feel self-entitled to special service, that's a lot more of a westernized concept. Not for bad or good. I actually think it feels kind of interesting to not have to. I'm a person who don't mind working for my food, so it's largely because that has become the social norm. It is really interesting to be waited on all the time. Like I walked into an Indian restaurant Indian American. The most of the waiters and hosts are first generation, they're immigrants. However, their Indian restaurant is a very posh place and it's in a very affluent neighborhood that are not like Indians or populated by like Indian immigrants or like any form of Asian variety or whatnot. So it looks like it looks like a fancy diner, like not even a fancy diner, like a fine dining place. And it's crazy how charismatic the host is and the servers are. And it reminded me very much of Western European fine dining. So that's kind of the fun, yeah, at least in my opinion, the fun thing about going to restaurants in the United States. It's such a a mosaic of stuff. Samurai Gourmet is the name of the show, episode 2. Intriguing. Samurai Gourmet. I'll have to look at that. You are one with me when it comes to these things for sure. The whole like voyeur of observing chance encounters between strangers while like over a social normative activity like eating food. I'll have to check this out. Ooh, it looks like it's got a lot of buzz, especially from the Midnight Diner peeps. I have to take a look at it, Drama. Thanks for sharing. Okay, all right. So we do have to keep going today, make sure, because of a shortened day. I have to address something in the evening. It's a fun show. I'll have to take a look at it. Thanks for sharing. I like your description of the reality check. Okay, all right. So, anyways, let's listen to this.
いらっしゃいませ。今日は人参が安いですよ。
Ah. Right, we have all your politeness gone down.
すみません。ビールはないですか?
This one is this one, like saying do you not have beer versus do you have beer? This one is something that me and like Japanese tendency are at odds with each other a bit. I was always biru arimasu. Oh, arimasu. Oh, arimasu ka? Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you're doing there. Like, I was about to say that. I was just about to say that. So, in English, right, or like how I would hear myself in English, I would do a confirmation as opposed to a negation. So, like, do you not have beer would be like what I would think a Japanese, like when I hear something, like a person comes in like a Japanese environment, I would hear this. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that means what I mean. What I would mean. However, I would say this if I was in Japanese, but I would actually confirm whether there is beer in English. So by happenstance, there's a chance then I would default to saying if there is beer in Japanese. So we already talked about this. There's a combinatory preference here, right? Even though you also hear biru arimasu, yeah, arimasen desu ka? I would ask, I would typically, there is no beer sounds weird. Yeah, exactly. So that's why drama, you literally illustrated my point earlier when I was talking about how there's a chance that these things are gonna change over time, like because of like social behaviors versus the language itself. And this is a good one where I think it's normal when it comes out of a Japanese environment. Like what I mean is when I'm watching anime or like a news program or like a talk show and there's a scene like this where you're framing it this way. And in English, I actually have a tendency to do the opposite, largely because it makes me feel weird to assume the negative in order to ask if there is something. And weirdly enough, the kiddos online do this more often in English now. Like, did you not play this game yet? Listen to it. You know, you can ask yourself, does that sound normal? Most people would ask me, did you not play the game yet? Versus, did you play it yet? Right? So that is becoming more frequent, using the negative sense, which is really funny because then they would find this not weird. Like, oh, are there not any good options? I'm like, what? You think the not version is more the surprise version, like expected something? Yes. It's supposed to be. In English it's not, to me. The more expected version is the one that is positively affirming. Because what is not there doesn't confirm anything. Like, personally, like a social norm. So when you say, are there not any good games on Steam? I'm like, what are the chances that there are not any good games on Steam versus there are good games on Steam? And then you have to think about, do you want to sound positive or negative? This is what I use to tell if someone is negative-minded, or they have a social norm that is pessimistic, or they're expecting something that is a social norm that's mechanical. So when we're learning this example, it's seen as a mechanical response. So you're describing something that's mechanically expected at the moment, not sentimentally or comprehensively resonating yet, but it could be the one and the same in the future. When someone asks, did you not have a good time? Like you went out, right? You went out with someone and had a meal and say, hey, did you not have a good time? Like, you mean, are you expecting that we weren't having a good time, or are you saying that to contrast because we're having such a good time? Or are you saying it because lots of people say it now and that is the normal way to express those things? This example. And yes, I do read into that subtextually most of the time. I try to find clever ways to figure out whether it's true or not. Ramen, ramen, not. Oh yeah, want to eat ramen? Yeah, want to grab ramen? I know. You don't have to explain it. Yeah, yeah. Ramen nai means want to grab ramen. That's how the American, like, to me, that's how people ask now. In English too. Like, hear me out. Here's a analogous for English. Ramen doesn't sound bad. Ramen doesn't sound bad. What do you think they're saying? They're asking if you want ramen. Because, yeah, like they would answer or ask a question depending on the intonation. So I'm like, or instead of saying ramen is good or I'm good with ramen, they would say ramen is not bad. As opposed to like say ramen is okay. You know, 大丈夫だ, right? Ramen 大丈夫だ. It would be the opposite. Also, hear me out. It's a slight pet peeve. It's no longer too much of a pet peeve, but double negatives, triple negatives, and unconfirmations as confirmations is pretty rampant on NetSpeak now. Like, oh yeah, that's not bad, right? Is far more preferable than either that's all right, that's fine, that's not bad. Ramen kirai. Do you hate ramen? So everything is framed now. Hear me out. Why am I making a big deal about this? Because I have to make sure that people aren't being negative intentionally anymore. So what I mean by that is, like, for example, when someone says biru wa nai desu ka, right? That doesn't guarantee that the person is being negative. It, like, not for the sake of Japanese, but imagine if someone asks in English, do you not have beer? It might be mechanical now, like mechanically opposite. So it's shift recently where someone would, I might misinterpret someone having a bad day or not liking something. However, they simply have shifted their social norms to saying the negative as a form of confirmation rather than what it means. Like, man, are there no good restaurants here? Like, when we visit somewhere, it's like, man, are there no good restaurants here? Like, what do you mean there are no good restaurants? Are you assuming that there's not going to be good restaurants here? Like, and they were simply asking, like, is there somewhere good to eat? Like, can you find a place to eat? And I'm like, but you just asked, are there no good restaurants here? So, and that's like, I'm there with you. Even without using Japanese, I'm still there with you, drama. Like, and this is specifically for people who spend a lot of time online, where they phrase things in the negative, and I'm not quite sure if they want me to it's I'm not quite sure what they want me to do in that case. Like, isn't this not as good as you think? Okay, give me a sec. Is this not as good as you think? So, are they asking me, is it better than I thought? Or like, is it worse than I thought? Are they asking me how good this is or how bad this is? I'm not entirely sure anymore. So, same deal. I would say same deal. Isn't this not as good as you didn't think? Now that's an exaggeration. I do have a natural one. I didn't think that was as bad as I thought. I heard that multiple times. And yes, it doesn't quite make sense because they said I thought. I kid you not, this happens so often. They would say, I didn't think that was as bad as I thought. And my first thought is, okay, grammatically, that's fine, I think. But comprehensively, I have no idea what they said. So they didn't think that was as bad. Then how do they have the thought of, this happens so often now. I can't, it's difficult for me to, like, I legitimately sit down and I ask myself, okay, they didn't think it was as bad. And then, but what does the thought mean? Like, so are they referring to as bad as they thought, right? So they initially thought it was bad, and they found out that, no, see, that, I don't know. I earnestly do not know. So I asked to clarify. Usually I don't, when I hear this, it's white noise. Like, I'm going to echo what you just said, Drama. And I understand these words, Drama. Like, I understand these words. It's also double passed. I know. So, like, I don't know. I have no idea what they mean. So if we have a white noise moment, this is a white noise moment. And I hear this and read this a lot. Like, effectively, I have no idea what they mean. So I would ask politely most of the time, what do you mean by that? Did you enjoy it or did you not enjoy it? Or did you enjoy it more than you expected? Or did you enjoy it less than you expected? Or did you hate it more than you expected? Or did you dislike it? You know, I will use different words. I don't usually use the word hate, but dislike it more than you expect. And so I turned everything into the affirmation, to the positive tense, right? Did you think as much, as less, right? So then I can get a confirmation as opposed to, like, whatever this means. I'm actually still not clear. And this is a common response. It's literally like one of the most common response when you ask for an opinion. Like, oh, how was the movie? I didn't think it was as bad as I thought. And my first thought is, so it was good. Like, well, I don't know. I thought it was this, but I didn't think it was like this, so I didn't think it was as bad as I thought. I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna assume you're fine with it. Like, all right, 大丈夫だね, right? 大丈夫だね. That's all I got. We're fine. We're moving on. How did the test go? I didn't think it was as bad as I thought. Like, all right, fine, whatever. Good stuff. I tell you, good stuff. All right, there are multiple ways to say please in Japanese. The most common two phrases are kudasai or and onegaishimasu. You didn't think. You didn't think. Kudasai is generally used for direct requests, often towards someone of equal or lower status. Onegaishimasu is more general and polite. It feels like a demand and more. It feels less like a demand and more like you are entrusting someone with a task. Yeah, please, I trust you to help me. In fact, its little translation is "I wish for you." I wish for that. Yeah, like please. I wish if you could help me with something or do me this wish. We can use either to ask for or order an item. Yes, kudasai and onegaishimasu. We can use either to ask. So
あなた、
お水
お水をください。
So this is actually the first Duolingo lesson. Let's stick with onegaishimasu for sure. These two are, if not, it's within the first section. Both of these, onegaishimasu and kudasai. Onegaishimasu. Or you can be like an anime character and just say onegai. No, don't do that.
あなた、これとサラダをお願いします。
I'm sorry, there are two versatile phrases which cover most. Yeah. だってばよ。信じる。You know? 信じる。ビール一本お願い。Okay, we're being a little silly now. I think this is probably gonna make people cringe pretty hard. The datebayo is pretty good though. There are two versatile phrases which cover most apologies: sumimasen and gomennasai. We have sorry, now I'm thinking of other anime things with sorry. We have just seen that sumimasen can be used to get someone's attention. However, it can also be used as a light apology when causing someone an inconvenience. Yeah, like pardon me. In speech, you will often hear it being pronounced like suimasen. Oh yeah, true. Suimasen. Yeah, that is a good point. That is a very good point.
近所の人、明日は暇ですか？あなた、すいません。明日は忙しいです。
Fair enough. I heard suimasen is more Osaka dialect. Yeah, Osaka. So, the reason why they say this suimasen is because a lot of type of entertainment, like at least the entertainment that I watch, come from Osaka. So the Kansai accent. So like one of the the bigger entertainment stuff, like talk shows and stuff, come out of Osaka, and not like Tokyo. So like you'll still hear, obviously, if you're watching news and stuff, it probably be in Kanto, but whenever I watch talk shows and lots of entertainment online and whatnot, you'll hear suimasen because of Osaka being a entertainment center. The CR7 version. On the other hand, the more serious or personal apologies, gomen nasai, right, gomen nasai, is used in casual situations. It may be shortened to gomen, yeah, in casual situations, right?
先生、宿題は？高校生、ごめんなさい。明日やります。
Fair enough. Using yaru.
お母さん、今日はあなたがご飯を作るよね。お父さん、ごめん、今日は出かける。
Jack of all trades. We have yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Is a Japanese phrase which you'll hear in all sorts of different contexts. It is used when meeting people for the first time, when signing off a polite request at work, when asking a formal favor, and so on, right? So it can be taken to literally mean, please treat me favorably, indeed. But it is quite flexible in its real usage. In casual, it may be yoroshiku, right? Yoroshiku. Okay.
さき、私はさきです。よろしくお願いします。ゆい、私はゆいです。さきさん、よろしくお願いします。
Very first, probably either the first or second lesson. This is actually one of the first or second lessons in Wakotabi, because the first thing you have to do is walk in and introduce yourself, and they welcome you, and so all of this topic is Wakotabi's first thing, and you hear it so often.
先生、明日の教室は新しいです。あそこの青の建物です。学生、ありがとうございます。月曜日のピアノの練習よろしくお願いします。
rising, it.
ケン、僕はケン、よろしく。あつし、ケン、よろしくな。
And even integrated the na from the other topic to contrast with yo and ne. And yone. Finally, dozo. Dozo is, yep, is another multi-purpose word. It is used most commonly when allowing someone to do something or handling something over to someone, yeah. Dozo, or dozo, like as in this way or come in. Or allowing, right? Permitting.
男の人、質問をどうぞ。私が答えます。店の人、どうぞ。温かいお茶です。
Yep. Izakaya. All right. So we got the diner situation. Let's look at this. Ooh, it's a relatively long.
店の人、いらっしゃいませ。店の人、冷たいお水です。どうぞ。拓也、ありがとうございます。拓也、すみません。店の人、はい。拓也、ここはステーキが有名ですか？店の人、有名ですね。ビールも美味しいですよ。ワインセットはステーキと魚です。ビールセットはステーキと寿司です。A も B もサラダとデザートがつきます。セットが安いですよ。
Dang.
拓也、じゃあビールセットをお願いします。店の人、ありがとうございます。店の人、どうぞ、ビールセットです。拓也、いただきます。うん、美味しいですね。拓也、ごちそうさま。店の人、ありがとうございました。
Okay. All right. So, welcome, right? The attendant, welcome. Cold water, like here, cold water, right? Thank you. Excuse me. Acknowledgement. The steak here is famous, right? or like, is the steak here famous, or however you want to say it. They're just simply saying the steak here is famous. And then, yes, it's famous, right, as a confirmation because we have the ne. And then the beer is also delicious, emphatic, right? And the wine set, right, concerning the wine, basically the wine set or the wine itself, and the steak with fish. Does that mean they're together? Then beer set concerning the beer in the beer set, basically. This is in the wine set, beer set, and then the steak with sushi, right? And then A and B, or A also B, etc. There's salad, and it's included with salad, and you think both? Yeah. The steak is concerning with the set. You have both, right? Like, and then concerning the beer set, you have both. And then A and B, and then the salad and what is this? I wasn't sure what this is included, and then the set is very cheap, right? Oh, desato. Dessert, of course. Sorry. Yeah, reading katakana is still not my jam. Still not. Yeah, desato is included, right? And this is a special use of tsuki, right? Tsukeru, the inevitable, flexible tsukeru. It means to be included. And okay, and it's like, all right, well then, ja, well then, the beer set, please, the beer set. And thank you. Here, beer set, right? And it's like, time to eat. Yes, it's very delicious in an assertive ne, right? And then, right, thank you for the service, gochiso sama. And then I was waving because you can kind of see thank you very much as they're going off. Because gochiso sama, you can be walking out while you're saying that. Very neat. Very neat. Your very, very standard stock situation. Usually I would walk in and I would say susume wa, right? I would point to the menu and then they would go into this. So there's gonna be a susume wa or something like that. It could be inserted here somewhere. As opposed to like koko wa steiki ga yume desu ka? I could just simply add susume wa. Like what do they recommend situation? And then they will go into this as well. Really neat. All right, that's gonna be our last topic for today. I absolutely love spending so much time on these topics. You know, it would be kind of awesome if they released the N4 one by the time I complete this. I'm spending so much time with these topics, but it's really fun reading the end examples because they are as like contextually predictable, and I can read through them and also mention in real time as we're going what the nuances are as we're going by, and then I can conjure up a analogous comparison using English diction and whatnot, since I spent so much time thinking about these things, like all these situations. When I was learning for the first time, I spent most of the time thinking about these situations analogously, and that's how I remember those concepts far more than and it might not be as accessible the way I'm saying I learned it, because most of these mannerisms and stuff are what I use in English. So the analogies that I have in English are things that I myself personally do and how I sound. Especially the going back to that little nod about announcing yourself. I announce myself in English, and oftentimes younger people would say, "Oh yeah, we never do that. We never do that." The answer really is, in my opinion, when it comes to like the Americanized situation, we don't like quote unquote we don't do that anymore with frequency, because if you look back in like 1970s, like 1980s Americana, which I'm not privy to because my parents are immigrants, but I still watch like 70s, like 60s to 80s portrayal. They do announce even when coming home, the like, honey, I'm home, welcome home, dear, right? Hey, we're here. That stuff does actually do occur before, like the invitation, like come on right in, like the host having the dialogue that deals with reciprocation using English. That has been a decorum, and it still is, but far less frequent. And that transition between me and my parents, what we do in Chinese, we do that all the time. So in Chinese, you do announce yourself and wait to be invited in and all of that stuff. So like when we were going over topics, or like okaeri nasai, and also restaurants, but like irashaimase, ching, ching, right? Ching, as in like come in, like, or kochi. It's probably closer to like kochi or chi situation, where like come in, like in this direction, let's go. Or invitation, they're just basically just saying invitation, come in, like you're invited, please come in. So, and it's actually, that's far more colloquial, just saying qing and then like wave the person. But usually there is a larger phrase to be used. I don't know if that's held anymore, how formal it is, but generally speaking, still happens. And in the United States, at least, certain places, you still walk to a waiting area. And that's probably why that there's a big disconnect. You still walk in the area, but you're not in the restaurant yet. You're walking, waiting to be waited on. So you still go through like the ropes of how do you say hi and stuff. But that decorum has, yeah, it does have varying fadedness now. Like fine dining is not a thing. Like it's coming back, honestly. Gen Z kids, at least in the United States, there's a resurgence for fine dining, and not necessarily fine dining in the sense of the European word, where it's expensive things and like classy, high scale place. It's more like a dining in general, like dining together with friends and stuff. So that decorum might be coming back, where you have to understand how to greet the host or the service, and then back and forth throughout your meal, and then the other way happens too. So now people are expected to do that. So it's kind of interesting how things go through cycles, because at the tail end, like 5 years ago, when internet is at its height and COVID is happening, the big C, the little C, right, is happening, that type of thing really went to an all-time low, where people don't greet each other anymore, and pleasantries is a waste of time. It still lingers now. Most people, like when they talk about stuff, it's like, man, pleasantries is such a waste of time. There's no reason to use pleasantries. Just go straight to the business, right? And then when I think about it, I'm like, how often do you go to the business? Do you like come with a prepared essay like I do, or do you mean like you hope that when you don't participate in pleasantries, someone else provide the business for you? Because pleasantries is that polite speech. So I don't really know. It's not a cake and eat it situation. You can't be not cognizant and practice polite speech in public areas and still feel like you're good at it, or be good at it, or people think you're good at it when you don't do it. And then when you think it's a waste of time, then it's probably not going to be memorable. So then when you walk into a restaurant for the first time in Japanese, you're like, wait, what is it that I say? And then meanwhile, you walk into, at least in my opinion, that same person may walk into an American restaurant and they say nothing. They just stand there. The waiter just gives you, does what they want, try to shoot up like a, oh, how is everyone today and whatnot. It's like, good. I'll have this, please. I honestly, sometimes there's no kudasai or sumimasen. It's more like, I'll have this. It just hangs, and I'm like, and you know what? That doesn't mean that the waiter or the service don't accept that as a social norm. Like, you're gonna have a hit or miss. Sometimes it's expected, so the waiter is like, doesn't really matter. They might even think it's nice. The person is just, oh, I don't have to talk to the person, right? So that's what I mean. Like, decorums and stuff have shifted back and forth oftentimes. Like when you could end up talking to a waiter who doesn't want to talk to you. How do I know that's true? I've done that before, where when a waiter says like, oh, how's everyone's day? And I'm like, my day is pretty well. How's your day? It seems like it's kind of busy around here. And then the waiter is like, is everyone ready to order? I'm like, wait, I thought we were gonna have a that type of thing does happen though. And my first thought is I generally consistently take the risk. So if someone's asking how's my day, I want to know how their day is. And then I want to also contextualize their situation, because I much rather shoot for the hills than I default to politeness far more, the pleasantry and politeness far more than projecting my own personal opinions and whatnot. Like that stuff is, or like prioritize your efficiency over like a human interaction. Largely because I want to be seen as reciprocating. So if the person ends up ignoring me, I reciprocated. So it's not on me to be the person who could potentially look bad, which is what I mean by tatemae and honne. Like, honne helps me, like, if I ask the waiter how their day is and they brush me off, that's fine. I'm not emotionally invested, right? I'm separated in emotion. I was trying to be polite. I make sure that I'm always polite. Some part of my American upbringing would make me slightly disappointed or slightly kind of concerned. However, Chinese and like my understanding of Japanese culture vicariously makes me like, they're really busy. That's fine. As long as I act polite, it can't blow back on me. So that is the very neutral, neutered way of demonstrating, like, do you get offended if you ask someone how's their day and you took the effort to do so and then they brush you off? Well, it really doesn't matter what they do, more so than what you try to do and make sure you maintain it in public space. you are being polite at any expense in which you yourself may not necessarily be emotionally invested. It's both for your protection and also potential consequences. So when you have this somewhat detachment of your personal emotions from the decorum of acting polite, it's a safeguard as well as it is a potential appearance thing. So typically when someone says like I'm hot garbage and I'm the worst person alive, I would politely say, while I may not necessarily agree or disagree with you, if you feel like talking about why you think I'm hot garbage, I'm more than welcome to listen. Otherwise, I imagine it would be a lot healthier or mentally more agreeable to you to find someone who you might like and not be hot garbage. And I'm being polite, right? I'm being polite. Now, some part of me, I'm cold garbage. Like some part of me might be a little hurt, right? Like, but I'm not gonna show that. That is Japanese. That's what I mean by when I read and see the concept of honne, right? Honne, honne and tatemae. Like, it's also part of Chinese 面子, and was around friends who were upset for me because of like treatments like that. Like they wouldn't stand for it, and that is a cultural thing that I navigate because I do have friends who are of that variety, so they would talk back, right? They would, and that is their social norm. So then the default is that I would respect what their course of actions are by understanding their social norm, and I would act accordingly polite to them while trying to negotiate and de-escalate the problem that's happening. Whether I feel like it's exhausting or not, I practice it a lot, so inherently I'm indifferent and I'm usually neutral in these situations. The idea is you act polite and you de-escalate at all times. So cue the guy that is the stoic person, right? Like if someone accidentally spilled coffee on me, I would find the most polite way to save the face of the server who's doing their best despite accidents happen, right? And I would then elevate my position by being polite. And that's kind of how that works. That specific example has happened multiple times. Or being served the wrong dish, right? And how would you go about it? Like someone getting your order wrong, for example. I've seen, at least growing up in the United States, seen quite a variety of interactions from various cultural backgrounds on how to handle when someone gets your order wrong, for example. And for myself, actually, hear me out. I'm genuinely curious if how often do Japanese people simply eat it and then leave? Because my best friends and I, a lot of times, like even if the order is wrong, we just eat it and then we leave. Like so anti like conflict that there's this whole line of rationale in which like, oh, maybe I'll like something that I wasn't expecting to order. That type of thing happens too, all for the sake of not being confrontational. It's truly one of the things that I can relate so wholeheartedly to Japanese and not having to be in Japan. Like, and my friends they're rare people too, in my opinion. They're anomalies, and that's where so much restraint comes from that. There is this one time where literally a bug was found in the food, And we all rationalize the most reasonable thing is to not complain about it. Literally, that's how tolerant my closest friends and I are. Like, and for the record, if you're wondering, were we at a fine dining restaurant? No, we were at Burger King. But we were at Burger King in a different country as well. So, I don't know. I'm not saying this that everyone should be like this. Obviously, it's a balancing act, and your cultural backgrounds will tell you what type of social norm you are. Like for my cultural norm background, many people would see me as a pushover, like someone who's soft, right? And I talk about this quite often. Burger King. I shared many of these situations, and the social norm in the country or the environment of the United States that I grow up with, they would see that as a form of weakness. Right? Like you're weak because you avoid conflict. You're weak because you're soft and people can take advantage of that and do whatever. And my first thought is like, the last time I checked, being stoic and constantly being able to tolerate things doesn't make one weak. They make it strong. They make themselves strong. The one that constantly lose their cool and throw a fit the first moment that their idealisms are violated, that's not a show of strength to me. That's certainly a demonstration of some sort of strength, not the particular strength that I'm talking about. Now, hear me out. Learning how to be polite can also get you to resolve those problems without escalating the problem. So I didn't choose to do that. It's not like these compilation videos don't understand kindness for weakness. Play epic music. Yeah, don't misunderstand kindness for weakness. I am incredibly tolerant. Like that's what I feel is the thing that connects me to the Japanese culture without being Japanese. But I don't really have to because the Chinese culture requires that too. You are incredibly tolerant. And Beth mentioned this like 2 days ago about like the appearance of being polite and being agreeable. That requires far more strength than someone who can easily brush off that as softness. Like, I'm not conceding to the idea that they didn't do anything wrong. I'm choosing to not make a fuss about it because I don't need it. Now, when I do think I want something, I would be as kind and like as tolerant and understandable as possible to get things that I want by politeness. And that usually works out very wonderfully to my advantage. So if you want to see it as weakness for that instance of tolerating people's mistakes, you have to stay for how it's resolved, because generally speaking, the resolutions are far more consistent when you don't lose your cool, when your fragile ideal world falls apart immediately because someone made an error. So that happens. Like, people have gotten my order wrong a lot. It happens still, right? Like, if you order 1,000 plates, come on, there's got to be a chance eventually. Can't lose your marbles because of that. Things were spilled on me many times, and actually most of those times I helped the person clean up. Someone tripped and dropped something, I would ask if they need help. I wouldn't like do the super thing where like immediately assume they need help. So that's also politeness too, right? Like someone, like the thing was dropped, like, hey, do you want any help with that? Right? Or like they spilled something on me. It's like, oh, don't worry about it. I can take care of it. In the like later down the road. Close, no damage done, no harm done. Is it all right if I like have another drink? the drink that is no here. I would make some sort of like humor comment. Like, I suppose I would need another drink now, even though like the drink is on me. That situation. So diffusing things is, to me, far more a show of strength than someone who executes strength, like show them who's boss situation. Again, different cultural perceptions. For myself, I favor the strength of tolerance and discipline versus the literal strength of getting what you want. That is often a very close topic for me when it comes to, like, if you're apologizing, are you showing weakness? That is a pretty hot topic if we were thinking about two clashing cultures. Like, if you're incredibly apologetic, right? Like, you know, in certain areas of environment, being increasingly apologetic can be seen as a sign of weakness, versus increasingly apologetic because you can humble yourself without damage to yourself. Like, you can lower yourself, you can humble yourself at any time because you're not that weak, right? You're not weak in the sense of that. So pros and cons, so to speak, different perspectives. All right, with that said, that's it for our Bunpro session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along if you want to pick up Bunpro for yourself. Give it a go. You can always read the topic. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, contradict, counterpoint me, right? Be expressive, I suppose. I'm a bit of a mixed bag here. Anyway, so until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第551天。It is day 551. Let me see. I have to keep track of time here. Okay. So we're probably gonna skip our active recall again to wrap up some P5X stuff before time. Let's look at the lessons we have. 往志. Okay, 志 is the knowledge that was, oh no, yes, was the annals that were missed. Annals is, man, that's a tough word. Annals. English word. 往志. There was we had what is blog? They had they used a transliteral word for blog, and it's is it 博客 or something like that? 博客. So this is kind of in the same vein, and we try to get annals. Annals does remind me of like an annal that is on the net does kind of remind me of a blog, so hopefully we get that.
往事
Although still getting the English word annals for that one is gonna be tough. 聊骚, not the greatest. However, it's the one that stuck out in our word discovery. So, 聊骚, combining the teasing with Saul, the disturbing. Disturbing is a bit of a stretch, but maybe like getting their attention, right? Getting their attention. Or disturbing in a sense of emotional. It has a emotional impact, so a flirt. But not quite tease, and the direction is the problem here, where disturb sounds more like a negative thing, so it could have been like to distract as opposed to flirt. When are we learning Korean together? When are you gonna learn Korean?
聊骚吾辈
Hey. Wu Bei is weird. It's a literary Wu. Wu is old school. So Wu Bei, I'm thinking of this like comrades. Wu Bei, comrades, so lifetime. So Wu Bei would be our comrades, so we.
吾辈古迹
Maybe after you pass N3. Interesting. Korean would be a really fun twist on the Chinese and the Japanese and English interface. That's for sure. Because of their modernization. Always the option is certainly on the table. Like just a bit every day. Yeah, it's certainly an option. Especially given like how Korean modernization, at least for reading purposes as well, they went the other direction. You know, like went harder on the other direction. Like just ditch the Chinese script entirely instead of seeking a hybridization. I suppose we'll wait a better direction. It is another great form of the way they decide to do the writing system is it's like a mix up. It's a different spin on the writing system, which could present another one. Learning Hangul in 2 hours. Yeah, yeah. Hangul is great. Like now we have like an even different intermediate and 2K kanji in 2 and 3 years. Yeah, Hangul is a great way to filter the intermediate. You know, like if you had a bridge, right? English or the English script, Hangul, the contemporary Hangul, and then you have Japanese, and then you have Chinese, right? So it creates another bridge along the way of script reading. Guji, keep me intact. We could do a little bit of Korean, maybe. Guji, place of historical, like not. We don't have to do it like publicly or something. We just keep ourselves so we can become accountability partners in Korean learning. Guji. Okay, Guji. So this is remains. Remains is a little bit of a rough one in terms of its meaning because it has foot and responsibility. Like foot responsibility. All right. Adding old to it makes it good. Fine. I was expecting ruins. Shiji as opposed to Guji. I'll take it.
古迹 抉择
Would also be interested in the resources there are. That's a good question. Yeah, that is a good question for Korean. 抉择. Why did I pick 抉择? Oh, it's probably because of 抉. 抉 is, there are multiple 抉s, but this one is the 抉 for pick. And 择is pretty weak too for pick. So if you put them together, we might be able to strengthen it, which is a good one.
抉择
Okay.
抉择古迹 往事
It's funny you say about the Hangul thing, like the way it's written, and you don't have to remember the kanji for like the 2 to 3 years of kanji. And then meanwhile, I'm sitting here in Chinese, like, I mean, it's just basically an alphabet with 4,000 characters. That's how I view like the Hanzi, like, well, this is just Wang. But most of the Wang, this looks like Wang. This looks like Zhi. Well, what are you talking about? This Zhi is like a 50, maybe 7, 20, 10 Zhi. 70% of the time is Zhi. So every character, every like radical combination, 2 plus radical combination, has a distribution of read propensities, and then is the last radical that determines its overall read. So when it comes to like that, it's like it's just a sound out, you know, it's just an alphabet with 4,000 characters. What up? Kidding. I'm not. It obviously takes a lot of resources and whatnot to do that.
Liao Sao
Yeah, like this is Liao, right? I think 80% of the time this is Liao, or Liao, just Liao. Obviously the tone, you have to figure out what the tone is. This is rarely ever Sao. But in this case, in 2 cases, this is Sol.
Wu bei.
And this is Wu. Right. Go. The top Wu is very strong. And this is Fei, Bei, Fei and Bei. All right. Keep track of time here. Jokes aside, Hangul would be really fun to see how the phonetics of a new script works. Like a script that I'm not familiar with. Kind of feel out that. I heard tangentially, vicariously, quite neat things about
Ni.
appreciating the contemporary system.
O.
It's not it's zhi. Sorry. I misread that when I typed it.
Lu.
It's not stove. It's just Lu. Sorry, stove is related to this. That's a Lu.
Zao.
It's not burn. It's dry. I'm losing a lot of 50-50s here. Oh no, it's not dong, it's dong. It's just dong. I'm having a bad day. Oh no, okay. This one I don't have an idea. Let's see. We have how did the cow and the water thing go? Getting ratioed. Yeah, I got ratioed hard, man. I lost 50-50s all over the place. Although this one's legitimately a problem. Where does the flag go for the water? I think this requires a word. Rhinoceros? Oh goodness gracious. Yeah, it's rhinoceros. This is either you know it or you don't. What is my rhinoceros? A cow? Heck. What do we have for water or snowflake? I do this a lot. I enjoy looking at script. So you're just looking to see if there's anything we can mess around with here. Not really. Not for C. Except for the flag. The flag is pretty good. There's one other with flag. That's Jewel. Jewel is pretty detailed. So these two jewels are identified by the thing on the bottom right. Alright. Now it is. Oh no, actually there is a Chi. That's true. Chi has a rhinoceros in it. We'll have to retroactively add rhinoceros back to Chi. Okay. Animals are an exception. We're not gonna hit too much on animals for the time being. That's white. Sorry. It's 100. So I accidentally typed by instead of by.
Zhi.
Alright. Let's clean this up here.
当
Yo, what? Wait, is that no? Heck. I don't know where the shellfish goes anymore. Where did the shellfish go? Rip. Oh, worthy. What do we have? 上弦. 上弦, okay. 闲事. I feel like we can, there's probably a 笑. 闲笑. Maybe. There's gotta be a 闲笑, no? 贤明? That's pretty good too. 闲事. 闲事. No, that's a bit of a stretch for me. 贤弟. That's we're staying away from family. Family is rough. Bad news bears. Gotta pull up a family tree. So adding suffixes to family members is not gonna help. Oh, thanks, drama. 贤才. I mean, 贤才 actually is kind of nice. Ooh, 贤惠 of a wife. Interesting. Alright, so I guess we're gonna do something that tells me it's like virtuous, right? Does that help me with Xena? Kind of. Yeah, 贤明. Wise and compatible. Okay.
西
Ah! Jen. Jen. Oh, no. Chen. Yeah, Chen. Wrong. Wrong tone. That's okay. That one's okay. We're fine with that. That doesn't look right.
免
I almost I almost continued the trend of being wrong. It's either shy or distant. They're related, being distant and shy. Shy people are distant. I mean, it's Lee, right?
力
And it's a whetstone, right? You either know it or you don't. This one, 50-50.
懂
Okay. And I'm gonna say like, it's director. Oh, director is weird. You know what? Give me something. Give me a word I can latch onto. Director. Let's see. How about control? Or leader? Dang it. The other ones are proper nouns. And then we have... Oh, okay. So I guess not. Not even Chen. Like a board, like a director. Okay. A curio. Really? Alright, so the two vocabulary. Okay. We're stuck with our two vocabulary words for the time being. Not including proper nouns. So the flower is the director. Let's go over all our zhongs, dongs, and chongs, right? There should be only one chong. So there's one chong, which is the charge that deals with the go. The heavy go is the chong, and then the rest are dong and zhong. or zhong, dong, and the two dongs is understand. So understand is of the spirit, and then the flower is just it's a red herring. So this is foundational. So like flower is rough. Flower is promiscuous. This belongs in the format of a flower, so you could argue if it's a flower or not. The 50-50 was, is it a flower or is it director? And I lost. I thought it was a flower, like a stem or a petal or something. Good old character studies. And I was looking for flower. Maybe like they had a flower part, but there wasn't a flower part in here. Oh, there is. Oh no, that's not it. Oh, because it's a variant of it. Oh. Yeah, so there is a variant of it that refers to a flower. Or like a plant related thing. I see. That's two.
Bei.
Oh no. Which form of measure is this? Heck! I typed true and then I changed my mind. Yeah, it's a Chinese foot. The Chinese foot doesn't use... The English foot only uses the mouth. No questions about that. No one's gonna... And this is a toss-up. Chu is on the right, on the left, and zhi is on the right. And the dominant sound here is zhi. And because it's zhi, then it's Chinese foot. And then the English foot only has a mouth next to chu. So then the English foot is chu with an English marker. Hence the Chinese foot and English foot. Measurements are weird too. So it's whatever. It's Ning. Ning. Yeah, Ning. I typed the wrong thing. And this is an utterance, so I don't think we're going to find a vocabulary for an utterance. Which is to urge. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. Hold up. That's okay. That's all right. Honestly, that's pretty good. I'll take it. Ding ding. Yeah. And that's a typo. Talk about it. I'm gonna say 50-50. Yeah, 50-50.
Wo.
Okay. And then English is weird for this. Either like carving, shaving, we'll use carve. Healing. Like removing, all I can think about is like removing the skin off of something. I promise I have happy thoughts most of the time. It's lung, not lung, which is a clang. So this is a sound. Maybe it'll line up with bang, creak. Nope. Metallic sounds. Dong lung. These are onomatopoeias. Nah, we're fine. Fine. You'll be gone now? Yeah, take care, Jama. Wait, before you go, when is your N3? When is your N3? We could put a somewhat of a time frame on the
落
on the Korean thing. 6? Oh, the other way. 12. Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow. We're not gonna talk about it. It's fine. December 6th. I got you. Or is that June 12th next year? Sorry. You mean, yeah, that's December 6th, right? Is that what you're telling me? Goodness gracious. Thanks. Okay. We got time. We got time because 2026 we could start a new project. Yeah, we can start a new project. It'll be at the end of 2026. All right, I'll keep it in mind. I'll peruse and scout as well. Take care. Sleep well. Why do I think this is Thai?
台
Because it is Thai. Why do I think it's a desk? Because, okay, fine.
指
It's not inch, it's a foot. Sorry.
圈
Oh goodness. It's either tongue or I'm gonna say tongue. Oh, I said tongue and I typed fung. Yeah, tongue. Okay. Sometimes my hands don't do what they're supposed to. This is mu. It's not mu. Oh, that's a nephew. Zhang. Not, yeah, nephew. Yeah, nephew. Does that look like Jung but not? Now, why does it look like Chung but not? Rule or elaborate. And how am I mixing Lu up with Chung? Oh, and Jung. Oh, there's Jung and Chung. Lu has the caliper, right? Lu has both the calipers.
宁
I want to type Song all of a sudden. Nope, it's Cho.
丑
Oh.
百 汪 蹭
Heck, it's Thai for stagnate. 是 for stagnate. Dang it. That's an exception to the rule. Or the rare. What? Old. Jiao, not Jiao. 50-50 on the roar.
Sheng 咸
Thai, I should Thai. Oh no. I lost a 50. Dude, I'm getting wrecked. Oh my gosh, it's Thai. Actually, trample. Trample is gonna link up with multiple tramples. Give me ta. Or not. Oh. Tai Chun Dao. Oh, but actually, Tai Chun Dao is great. Tai Chun? Really? Tai Chun Dao is fantastic. What the heck? I wasn't expecting. It's not a loan word, but it sounds like it too. And it's Korean. Or like it's related. But that's really neat. Oh, it's just like Lu.
路
What is this? It's like the cranking thing. Oh man, I don't remember the English word for the cranking thing. The thing that you crank metal chains up. A windlass or a windlass.
台
Not an English speaker as well, just saying. Ah. Hang on. That's the win with the blender. Soul. Yeah. Wait, is this just Lulu? Yeah, it's just Lulu. No. Not Japanese. Don't Japanese myself. That was a 50-50. Some sort of utterance, and I don't remember. Oh, it's a roar.
习
I keep saying I'm gonna skip the active recall, but we're gonna do the active recall anyway. Refine? Oh, refine is true. It's a burb in a tree, and I totally forgot what type of tree this is. An owl. Dang it. Where am I gonna get Xiao from? Oh man, holy moly! Yeah, we're at a loss for it. Oh, maybe there's a distinctive owl related thing. Oh, it can be no. What in the world is this? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, Xiao is okay, honestly. A night owl. Like, owls are nocturnal. I don't know about this. That's so weird. And this is nowhere near. Yo. Let's try this. Oops.
消
Oh no, it's coal.
扣
It's not button. What am I doing? It's knock. And there's no vocabulary word. That we're just out here.
度
Moth is just moth. You gotta know. At first I thought it was Jing. And now I'm not so sure. It's probably Tan. Okay. Tanlan. Oh, it's just Tanlan. Oh. Oh, it's the curtain. Dang it. Lan is pretty weak too. That's on. Ah. Sure. What am I typing 1 for? Was it refine? It's gotta be refine, right?
搜 入 数
Push.
摊
Okay. We gotta book it. We gotta do our last. What is that? How many? What do we have? 3.5 hours? This is gonna take us. Okay. Boop boop. Boopity boop. And of course, I forgot to refresh for the pool. Okay. Let's quickly do this. Anqiao Mark ABL Darts Langzhu Dumbfounded Shu Yi Wash face, rinse mouth, Haijia Armor Ely Gorgeous Qingxian Admire 孤里不是孤里，孤寂孤景 fasten around with the fasten tightly with the hoop 镰刀 sickle 奥桑或 rejected 包养 praise 马鞍 battle 黑莓 blackberry 黝黑 dark 痔疮 hemorrhoids 正玉 pedagogy 嵌入还是嵌whoops spell 嵌入 insert 合理 beaver 麻薯 mochi 要敲家 run away from home 关系 relations 荆棘不是荆棘晋级 emotion 烟轩 smoke 摘小 decay 看可 bumpy 情或 apprehend 用宽 predicament 惊悚 or 一喷 sneeze 允许 permit 疙瘩 pimple 电波 in 休憩 rest 安结 to coil around 语言什么是语言Oh, to yearn for? Is it? Something's not right here. No, it's not. Oh, as the saying goes. As the saying goes. Or, yeah. That's really weak. Very weak. 嗯，Neil error 湛蓝 Azure 钟情 on love 方式 make public 永坠 superfluous art verbose 一年 next year 泰铢 year the boar 惆怅 award 诅咒 curse 陨落 to fall down 危急 magnificent still weak 掠取 to plunder 跟腱 Achilles tendon 猿猴 apes and monkeys 关系 wash 会侠 crafty intelligent clever sort of 追者 select choose 古迹 historic site 网志 blog 疗效 flirt 五倍 we literary. All right, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. We're gonna watch this later. Yes, yeah. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, exchange ideas, keep each other motivated. So until next time, 大家下次见. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be back to wrap up some P5X. Thank you.
アトラス
P スタジオ
Alright, folks, welcome back. This is our follow-up session with I think I accidentally said patch 4.6 yesterday. This is patch 4.5. It will be patch 4.5 and 4.6 together for the summer event. So we're finishing up the patch 4.5 thing. We have the final chapter being unlocked soonish. By the end of the stream, the final chapter of this event will be available in roughly 2 hours and 46 minutes, which brings us to 10:30, right? Which will be the last thing we'll do today. In this 2 hours and 46 minutes, we're gonna go through the side stories. Now, yesterday where I left off is we still need to farm the last upgrade to our shack before we can see last 4, and we'll read through it. And then during that time, I will also be recording the Astrolab. Because with this update, the first possible time to complete our Astrolab stuff comes up, which is the minimum stock use and clearing them all with one attempt, right? Which I usually do as I go, and then we record it for posterity's sake. So let's go and do the unlock those scenes and then read through the side story scenes. Yesterday we went through all the other chapters. So we still got to get to unlock specifically for the shack. So we're gonna go and try to do that. Now, did I buy all the upgrades? I did. So now the shack requires $1 million. $1 million. Seriously, sorry. Anyways, let's get into it here. And the training is absurd. It's 360. All right. I think we got down the groove of this from yesterday. Ending earnings, revenue at the end of day exceeds max. So we still we're gonna require maybe Shun. Just Shun. That's a pretty decent recommendation, actually. And then usually we have some reliables. I think the reliables. Oh, let's see. So revenue. And we have. If we have Rico, then we can have it all reliable. I'm starting to get the idea of what type of combinations that I typically rely on.
Oh.
Alright. This is such a chill. What do you have doing a tycoon related game? Alright, we need some blue activities here. Pretty safe. This is a safe bet. Local enforcement. That's solid. Solid early. What is this? No, alright. Ooh. That's a tough call. Oh. Don't fail me. Nice. Lines up. Alright. Yep. With compensation. Oh, that's gonna be this one's gonna be a tough choice. What? That is interesting. We do need to clear that though. Oh. Could pull the big. Could pull this. No, I think we're fine. Actually, probably safer to do this. Yeah, so we're fine. Yeah, we can set it to 0 and just pull the revenue at the end. That'll be fine. So now we focus on something else. We do buzz and take the blue, sure. Alright, so we good enough. Now we do our buzz. Solid. That's also solid too. That's pretty solid. We'll need him in the at night. This looks like it would be a mixed bag. Yeah, pretty mixed bag. Maybe at an S at best. Dang. Okay. Food time. We're doing foot traffic. Foot traffic is gonna fail. Oh, wait. Maybe not? Oh yeah, no, it's we're not even close. Come on. Darn it. Oh, no, wait. We could clear it. At least that, then. It's either an S or an A. Sad. Oh, really? Oh, we got enough points from our safety and service, actually. Oh, it must be... Oh, I see. So you can compensate over the cap. Okay. By overcapping. I see. Alright. Where are we at? Alright. How much do we get? We got 500,000? Or close to 500,000? Alright. And can't train for bees. Okay. Okay, so either Lufedu or Shoki. And Buzz at the end exceeds, so oh, that's kind of a tough one.
準備はできているわ。 Dispense with Jin? No, let's do this. Revenue is gonna be a struggle here. Come on, chance. Nice. Oh, wait. Oh no, I could totally do that though instead. Instead of running the chance. We landed on it. Alright. Dang. Didn't even spend any of her stamina. I overcompensated for stamina here. Not good. Buzz is not looking good. Where is my buzz time? Okay. Can't. Okay. So we landed those. That's good. That's not great. That's over. That's too much. That's too much too. Alright, sure. Just a picture though. Just the picture. Alright, we're overcapped. Saved? It's pretty solid. Man, that sucks. Oh, this is pretty good. I'm so far behind on Buzz. Oh, can I get something for the end? For the other gamble? Yeah. Just take it. Ooh, that's good. Ooh. Oh, we can totally gamble. Gambo! Can I get one? Ah, that sucks. Womp womp. I lost the Gambo. Dang, I got rocked. There's too much foot traffic stuff. Way too much foot traffic. Okay, don't run two guys focused on one thing. That was overkill. Okay. I need to do one more to get enough for the upgrade. What do we have here? Daytime rate and revenue. We're gonna do revenue, right? Yep. So now some sustain. These are utility pivots, and then maybe I'll keep just to back up the Okay. Might fail on foot traffic. Objectives are good. Oh, why is that so soon? Why now? Of all the things. It's fine. That's such a good ability. It has to come up though. I don't remember what the stars mean. Like why? Daytime's almost over. What is this? Decrease. Interesting. Well, too. That's it. What can we do to attract more business? Play some games. But now on when service decreases. Oh, that's not a great one. We can make up the traffic with this. Still have, okay. Okay. Nighttime already. Ooh, that will work actually. That works. Don't need a revenue. Tomoko is so good. Yeah, I think we nailed this. This one went really well. I don't even need to we don't need to overextend. Okay. All right. All right. There it is. What does it look like? Oh, it looks so fancy. It really does scratch that itch of Tycoon. Watching your place, and you can walk around in it. Like you can fancy. So they did keep in the old stuff. So like from last time, like this stuff is from last time, the shooting thing. I wonder what, like as the summer goes on, right? Do they keep adding, like next year they'll like add more into the empty space and eventually it just gets proliferated? That would be a wonderful way to show the legacy and stuff. Because now all of the Tycoon stuff, right, is available. You can see the different parts of the Tycoon stuff. So perhaps volleyball? Like expanding like whatever this area, this empty space is going to be. It's kind of a neat way to expand and show change over time. Looking forward to that, if that's inherently what they're doing. So now we're gonna read the side stories. And then we're gonna do Astrolab, and then that should lead up to the chapter, right? So let me get my voice prepared here. I imagine the side stories are not voiced. So Mako, you're just popping in quickly. Hello. No protocol. Alright, shark specialties. Interesting. So Shirosato Beach is quiet and nearly empty. Worried about the Worried about the dwindling customers, Minami comes up with a plan to make the most out of the movie's tie-in program. Intriguing. Not too many customers coming our way. Yeah. I guess if no one's coming to the beach in the first place, we won't be getting any customers. What should I do? I've already stocked up on ingredients. We still have a chance. You're right. I won't give up. Like you said, there's a chance, and we can't let go of it. Speaking of chances, I bet we can use that movie premiere going on to our advantage. But I guess Ikenami-san isn't here right now. What can we do to make the most of this situation? A movie-themed menu? Oh, good idea. The movie's about sharks. So maybe people would find it interesting if we served shark? You just randomly have that on hand? They're actually quite tasty, you know. Also, doesn't age very well. Like, the idea of consuming sharks. I certainly would love some shark fin soup or something like that. It's a horror movie, right? So what if we made like a scary shark platter? I actually have some shark fillets the vendor threw in for free. Let's use them to make a test dish. Intriguing. Minami and I tried cooking shark. What a mess. I think horror movie equals dark colors might be too loose of a connection. I tried adding squid ink, soy sauce, seaweed, and anything else I could get my hands on, but it's just really weird tasting. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't inedible, but I couldn't serve it to a customer. Excuse me. Hello, I'll be right with you. We got a customer. Maybe the best approach is simply providing good service. Welcome. What can I get you? Minami and I did our best to make the customer feel welcome. I mean, yeah. that ingredients list though. Alright, let's go to the next one. Okay. Shirosato gourmet. Okay. What are you cooking up? Shun. Summer means food and food means meat. Oh wait, and ramen, obviously. Alright, let's see. Wait. Oh, we have to go. Okay, okay. You have to make me move all the way over here, Shun? This beach really is a ghost town, huh? Honestly, you call us in, I figure we couldn't get any time to just chill. Man, was I wrong. Guess few customers means long breaks. Not really much to do here but swim though. There's always snacks. Eh? I already tried all the beachside ramen joints. Oh! You tried all of them. We've hardly just arrived. I mean, you gotta try all the ramen first, right? Motoha was trying to drag me to get ice cream and yakisoba too, but I've got my priorities straight. The bottomless pits that house you people's desires, your stomachs rather, never cease to amaze and disturb. Really wish there was something else to do besides swimming. Can you not rent out beach balls and banana boats from the beach shack? I don't know. 2 guys and an owl on a banana boat seems kinda... I suppose the lack of options for activities is one of the reasons this place is so vacant. No matter how brilliant of an interim manager I am, if there are no people on the beach to begin with, we will have no way of attracting them to the beach shack. Seriously, where did you get all that confidence from? What would be ideal if there were some sort of special attraction that this coast possessed? An attraction. Oh, what about a water slide? Wouldn't a beachside slide be awesome? Ah, you mean the slippery ramp-like thing at the swimming pool? And that would certainly be quite the attraction. Also, what's it called? Parasailing? You know, those flying parachute things. I see. Humans do indeed yearn to soar the skies. Still, neither of those sound like immediate actionable solutions to our problem. Something we could implement easily would be best. Like a signature dish? I see. So a meat dish. No, a meat festival. Gotta be a ramen festival. No, it must be meat. Imagine the entire shore lined with meat stands. Just the thought brings a tear to my eye. Even those with no interest in the beach will be clamoring to try some. No, nah, it's gotta be ramen. We can get all the famous ramen places to set up shop on the beach. We can get all the famous ramen shops to set up on the beach. Dang. I come halfway around the world to see that. Meat! Ramen. Okay, you settle down. Hey, Nagisa, what do you think? Ramen or meat? Why not both? Answer carefully. This is an incredibly vital decision. I should choose my words carefully here. Just both. Both! Why does it have to... I can't decide. Jeez, you guys take... could you guys take any longer? You're supposed to be back at the shack. Your shift started, but none of you showed any sign of coming back, so I came to get you. Oh, crap. It's that time already. My bad. It seems we got too carried away with our discussion. My savior. Thanks, Motoha. Huh? You're that glad I came to get you? Don't mention it. Just hurry back. It's getting a little crazy over there. Just do both, guys. Just do both. Did he just pick up Luferu? We headed back to beach shack and got to work. Wait, they didn't tell me which one they okay. Fine. Riko's business plan. An invitation to walk around Shirosato Beach with Riko awaits. So far is not as thirsty as the first year's summer event. Hey, Nagisa. Thanks for a call. Would you mind accompanying me during our next break? Yeah. Are you asking me on a date? Never mind. Sure, I don't mind. You're going to Croatia tomorrow? Oh man. I look forward to hearing your adventures. I've been thinking there might be more we could do to help with the beach shack. Now that we're so involved with it, I really like to put my full support behind it. Though I'm not completely sure what that means in
どう
practice.
かしら
So for now, I thought we could observe some of the surrounding beach shacks during our next break. Time for market research.
そうね
Thank you. Let's do our best. Let's do our best. It's more of a low key. What? Oh, I literally have to go to the. Okay. Okay. Man, I love their sashimi. Yeah, the taste is so distinct. I'll never had such delicious namero before coming here. Okay.
へえ
It seems the place next door is famous for its fish dishes. They seem to rent out boats as well, so perhaps they'll be able to secure fresh ingredients with them.
そうね
Having a signature product is a good selling point, but it would be difficult for us to replicate in a short time span. Let's keep looking. Alright, let's go to the next stand. A tiki place?
Huh?
Wow, this is quite eye-catching. What is it that makes it stand out so? The layout?
そうね
You may be onto something. It's easy to read and pleasing to the eye. Nagisa, perhaps we could try to replicate this. Of course, making something this impressive will take some
やっ
time,
たわね
but let's propose the idea to Minami. Oh, our shack looks awesome now. We already tycooned the heck out of it. At least the shack part. Should head back to the beach and talk with Minami. Yeah, like, our shack looks awesome. Like, check that out. Come on. That thing, I mean, it does look pleasing, but check out that shack. Come on. We're upgraded that shack. No contest, man. Mishiro-kun, Kanemura-san, welcome back.
え
Thank you. Actually, would you mind if we discuss something with you? It shouldn't take up too much of your time.
ま
Okay, sure. We don't have any customers around right now
あ
anyway.
あなた
Great. Great. Nakisa, if you would. We have a proposal. Speaking in Riku language. I told Minami how we would find some inspiration for improving the shack's signage.
どうかしら
Well, that about covers it. Basically, we're hoping to make some signs advertising the beach shack. Oh, wow, I never would have thought of that. I could only think of things like greeting customers more cheerfully. That's what usually works at the izakaya anyway. I only just happened to notice the signs myself when we looked around at the other shops. If Nagisa hadn't been there, I likely would have missed it. Hehehe. I feel so lucky to have all of you helping me out like this. Okay, I'll start redesigning the menu signs right away. Oh, I didn't think they were good. Okay. We can all do it together. Friendship matters. I wonder who can write the neatest. The three of us worked on revamping the menu design. Wait, but did the sign change, though? Oh, wait, whoa. Hang on. No, wait. Oh, man. It would be, that would have been a nice touch. Have, like, additional changes due to the side stories. It's okay. I'm being picky now. Alright, let's go back. So, who's next? Beach Shack business plan. Alright. Minami's chapters. Minami and Wanda come across someone suffering from heat stroke and decide to administer first aid. Interesting. How does that fit into the business plan? There's a beach girl who seems to be in bad shape. 大丈夫ですか? Yeah, I'm fine. Just feeling a little sick is all. So dizzy. Call for an ambulance. Let's call for Minami. She's a nurse in training.
何?
Kamishiro-kun? Huh? What's wrong? Are you alright? Eh? I'm okay. I'm okay. Just a little tired. Don't overexert yourself. Your cheeks feel a little hot. If you're experiencing dizziness, you may have heat stroke. Let's get you somewhere cool. Can you help me carry him into the beach shack? He's fine.
お疲れ様.
It looks like heat stroke, alright. I'm having him lie down in the back for a while. Should we call an ambulance? No need. He seems a lot better after drinking some water.
Oh,
He's able to respond clearly, and there's no numbness in his hands or feet either. As far as heat stroke goes, it's a mild case, so we shouldn't need an ambulance. We've done everything we can for now, so we should let him rest and see how he feels. Lucky you were there, man. Well done, future nurse. That's a good one too. No, I was really nervous. No matter how much I've studied, seeing someone collapse in real life is still shocking. I was only able to handle the situation because you were there by my side. Thank you for helping me, Kamishiro-kun.
そうそう.
Would it be alright if I asked you for a little help, a little more help? I'd like to keep an eye on him a little longer just to be safe. Could you watch the shop in the meantime? Mochiron desu. Thanks, I really appreciate it, Kamishiro-kun. There she goes, future nurse. I worked at the beach shack in Minami's stead. And the guy who collapsed recovered in about 30 minutes and went home safe and sound. Alright. That type of business, I suppose. Alright. Next one. Speaking of shark moves, oh no, here comes the kitchen sink shark. Kitchen shark inbound. The group speculates about Shogi's upcoming movie. Among them, Motoha is the most enthusiastic, yeah. B-rated horror films.
へえ.
But still, it's so cool that you're friends with a movie star. Even though you guys go to different schools, right? Yeah, we met when Shogi was helping out with our school's festival. But now that you mention it, I guess I've gotten so used to Shogi being around that I forgot he's really a celebrity starting in a movie. Right? I still can't get used to it. After all, I only caught a glimpse of him at school when he was there for rehearsal.
そう?
Even still, you were pretty quick to put him to work at the shack, weren't you? Work is a different story. When there is work to be done, everyone's gotta get in gear, celebrity or not.
やれやれ.
Plastic Tomoko, you diligent part-time demon you. I'm really grateful for your help, Noge-san. We could use you at our shop in Soshikaya too. She is a part-time
任せて.
person. I'm there, call me anytime. Anyway, I wonder what the movie is like. What was it called? Sharkmageddon?
だよね.
That name's got such a good ring to it, right? Sounds like a sharky B movie for sure. Arae-san, do you really like horror that much? Oh, only the normal stuff. Hardcore horror is a no-go. Way too scary for me.
私は.
I just like those low budget B movies. They're mostly more goofy than scary, and I can't handle anything with ghosts.
と
But I'm pretty sure Sharmageddon has a ghost in it. Huh? Really? There's a shark and a ghost, or there's a ghost shark? Oh, in that case it's okay. As long as it's not a human ghost, I'm all good.
だよね
I might actually like to see a ghost shark. But if there are human ghosts, I don't think I can handle it. Ugh. But what if but if it's a shark movie, I still really want to see it. Your taste in movies is pretty specific, Arai-san. Are you going to see it with her, Nogi-san?
それはちょっと
Oh, absolutely not. Sorry, Motoha.
だよね
Yeah, no matter how much I try, she never comes along to shark movies with me.
それは
The first thing you said when you invited me is always, I'll probably be dumb. It'll probably be dumb, but... Who would be like, yeah, let's go after hearing that? But it's fun because it's dumb. Why does no one understand that? Who could? That's fair. I'll probably turn that invite too. Turn down that invite too. So what kind of movies do you like, Minami-chan?
私
Me? I take the kids with me to the movies a lot, so I guess animated and action adventure movies. I tend to enjoy those when I get to see them. Anime, huh? I haven't watched much recently. Any recommendations?
うーん
Let's see. Some you could watch on subscription sites are... Some call out? Oh, they got Bureau Shark. Like the FBI?
そうじゃなくて
No, like a physical bureau, like a dresser. Wait, like a dresser? Motoha, I need some help here. It's set in a newly built residential area by the sea, and a shark jumps out of a bureau. I have no idea where this is going. Motoha is such a goofball. Why? Because the legend says... Wait, no, that's a spoiler. It's fine, spoil away. I'm not gonna watch it anyway. Why not? We can watch it together. It's so dumb, it's hilarious. I just don't get it. Motoha continues going on and on about shark flicks. In the end, we all decide to watch a shark movie together after dinner. A weird little potato. A weird little potato. Oh, Simi, spooky seaside stories. Alright. Hang on. Alright. Sumi is seeking out Shirosato's beach spooky stories. He tells Wanda and Shun that if they can tell him a new story, he'll treat them to whatever they like. Maybe they should keep their ears open. Interesting. Over here. Alright. Hey, Sumi-san. Out for a walk? Walking, actually. Well, on my way back from work, I suppose. Hard to believe you're working. That's cold, friend. I really am working. Even I work every once in a while. Oh yeah? Aren't you Nagisa's fishing mentor, Sumi-san? Is your job fish related then? Nah, fishing's not part of my work. Didn't I mention before, I'm here for research. I'm collecting ghost stories from around this area. Huh. So, do you write articles for magazines or something like that? Well, I do that kind of work too, or something similar at least. I spend way more time at the fishing pond though. Heard any good ones? You interested in ghost stories, huh? Let's see. This is something I heard from a beach shack worker who heard it from a customer. Apparently, an acquaintance of theirs was out swimming when someone suddenly grabbed their leg. Like some kind of prank? In shock, they turned around to find a child, white as a sheet, grasping their ankle. This is tied into the summer event. They flailed around desperately, trying not to drown, but the next thing they knew, the child had vanished without a trace. Dang. Did that really happen though? It did, actually. We find out later. It's a story from a friend of a friend of a friend, but it supposedly happened just recently. What else? What else? A long time ago, the corpse of a drowned woman washed up on this very beach. Also related to the main summer event. A corpse? Strangely enough, the body was mostly unscathed, except it had no head. The unidentified headless body was buried at a local temple. Now it appears on the beach each night. The woman's severed head searching for her body, and we know that it's Kaito. Yeah, right. There seems to be quite a few stories like this surrounding this beach. Here's an idea. Are you two interested in a little work? If you can find me a ghost story I don't already know, I got it. I'll treat you to any meal you like. Seriously? Seriously? Even ramen? Yeah, but are you really okay with just ramen? I don't mind treating you to yakiniku or something pricier. Nope. Ramen's perfect. You got yourself a deal. Come on, Nagisa. So we're gonna walk around and gather a new story? Alright. Ghost stories. Can't really think of any off the top of my head. Oh, I did hear something at a beach shack. They said to watch out while swimming because a child spirit might grab you by your leg. That's the same one. We already know that one. Got anything else? That's all I've got. Sorry about that. No, thank you very much. Sorry to bother you. Let's go ask someone else. Alright. What would be the third story? Intriguing. Alright. Ghost stories? Oh, I heard one at the beach shack. They said if you walk around this area alone, a female ghost will appear, but just her severed head. Severed head. Same story Sumi-san mentioned. Huh, you know that one too? Yeah, heard it from an acquaintance earlier. OMG, it must be legit then. That's so scary. Now I'm getting chills. Maybe I'll stop swimming and head home. No, I only just heard it. So I don't know if it's true. It's just a rumor, really. So ramen at that beach shack there is amazing. Eat some of that and your fear will melt away. That's weird. Contraction. That was close. Almost scared off a potential customer. And that story was the same one Sumi-san told us. Let's go ask someone else. Alright. Third time's the charm, right? Third time's the charm. Kaito? Where are we going? Is it someone we know? Are we going back to the same person? This seems like the same person. Oh no. The other side. Oh, ghost stories. Oh, I know one. If you walk along the shore at night, you'll start to hear a clanking sound. Clanking. And if you turn around to look, you'll see a samurai in armor standing right behind you. Isn't that scary? Isn't that scary? What does the samurai do then? Beats me. Whoever saw it ran away immediately. You guys like these kind of stories? Want to try a midnight test of courage with me? No, we can't. Anyway, thanks for the story. Bye. Run. A samurai, huh? That's a new one. Let's go tell Sumi-san about it. New enough. That's not to say you can't really assume that he doesn't know it though. Told Sumi about the samurai story we heard from the beachgoer. A samurai walking the beach at midnight. Well, first time hearing that one, huh? To be precise, that samurai is a fallen warrior. Eh? A blood-soaked, disheveled fallen warrior that stalks people along the beach. I guess some details got lost along the way. Wait, so you already knew that one too? Precisely. Yeah, well actually, I came up with the fallen warrior story. I told it at the beach shack like it was something I've heard. He's the source of the story. Sounds like it's being spread as a real local ghost story. Interesting. It's all made up? Yeah, pretty much. So you spread a fake ghost story? Why would you do that? It's part of my job. I'm trying to understand the way rumors spread. Well, you didn't find me a new story, but it did help verify something. I'll still treat you guys. But do let me know if you hear any other stories. Good guy. Let me treat us to ramen. Good guys, Sumi. Alright. Who else we got here? Man, the cast is big. Spatula superstar. Oh, this is to explain the yakisoba thing. Tomoko's yakisoba skills has become the talk of the beach. Orders keep coming in one after another, but we're running low on sauce. We need more sauce. Stat. Okay. Alright. We'll have 3 yakisoba, 2 beers, and an orange juice. Coming right up. Tomoko, 3 yakisobas, please. On it! Okay. No animation. You know, a lot of people are ordering the yakisoba today. Well, yeah, it's because of that delicious smell drifting from the shop. I mean, it was the smell of the sauce that reeled us in. Oh, really? Well, Tomoko's yakisoba is really delicious. Can I get 2 orders yakisoba and 2 ginger ales? Yakisoba for us too, please. 1 large and 3 regular. Yeah. Just... Wait. Right? I mean, the ginger ales is not Tomoko's. Yeah, I've got it. 5 regular and 1 large. Motoha came. Motoha, come help me out at the grill. Man, that looks delicious. Okay. Drinks, please. Oh, yeah, the ginger ales. Go get it. Ah! Oh! Yeah! Amazing. She's flipping that huge mass of ingredients with ease. Multi the sauce. Right. Grab it. Oh, nice.
任せて。
Hiya! Wait, she's not really helping out though. Look at her go. So cool. I'll have some yakisoba too, please. Me too. Huh, more yakisoba.
お願
Okay.
いできる？
What we're about to run out of sauce. Can you get me some more? Yep. I'm on it. Run. Huh? Oh no. This is bad, Tomoko. We're totally out of sauce. There's none left. What? Minami to the rescue? Oh no. Yep. This is the place. Just smell that delicious yakisoba. The line's kind of long, but I gotta get that yakisoba. Oh boy.
嘘でしょ。
What? So many people. And they all seem to want Tomoko's yakisoba. Nagisa, could you go get us some sauce? I'll handle the crowd somehow. From where? From next door? Where are we? Here. What? Huh? A place around here selling sauce. And you need it ASAP? You'll probably have to go back toward the station. I don't think there's a supermarket nearby. But I'm not from around here anyway, so I'm not really sure. Why not ask another beach shack? Asking another beach shack would be one option. What's the other? I guess we could... or not. Place that sells sauce for yakisoba. Oh, I could demolish some yakisoba right now. Man, now I'm actually craving it. Thanks for the tip, dude. See ya. He left without giving any useful information. Oh well, I should try asking someone else. Okay. Maybe the kid. Where is he? Oh no. Oh, the kid's father. You ran out of sauce. Ah, now I see the huge line. Now I see the huge line at Yashida-san's place. Sure. I can share a little bit of our stock. We gotta help each other when we can, right? Be right back. Yeah, this is part of the main story. That's a kid's father. Got some sauce from the owner of the beach shack next door. By the way, the ones making the yakisoba, is it Miyashita-san's daughter? I explained that it wasn't Minami at the grill, but a friend. I see, so it's her then. There's a rumor that a yakisoba goddess with outworldly spatula skills is here on the beach. Sure. Once things have calmed down, please introduce her to me. I would love to learn some of that legendary technique of hers. I better get... I've got the sauce. Better hurry back to the beach shack. The sauce. Yeah, alright. Saving the day as usual. Phew. That was the last of them.
ありがとう。
Thanks for getting the sauce so quickly, Kamishiro-kun. That was a big help. You borrowed it from the beach shack next door, did you? We should go thank them later. He wants to meet you too. I told Tomoko that her skills have become the talk of the beach. What? I'm a yakisoba goddess? What does that even mean? People are saying that? I totally get it though. Your special skills are the stuff of legends. No human could possess such talent. Oh, stop it. But I guess that means the customers were happy. I'm glad to hear that. Now, alright. Let's thank our neighbor for the sauce and treat them to some yakisoba. Yakisoba. I would love to have some yakisoba. Alright, so what is Shoki doing? Leading actors, leading worries. While the leading actor in the upcoming movie, Shoki worries about what the original author might think since they never come to the set. Weird. Melon soda, please. Oh, he's working right now. I'll have strawberry shaved ice with soft serve on top. Certainly. One moment, please. Okay. Shoki-kun, can you take my order too? Ouch. Alright, well, alright. I guess we're not doing anything. Oh, you can go. I want Shoki-kun. Yikes. I'll be right with you. Yep. Shunned. Ikekane-san, Mishiro-kun, you can take your break now. Aw, does that mean Ikenami-kun's leaving? No! Sorry. I'll be back in 30. I'm definitely gonna see your movie. I'm getting all my friends tickets to Shakamageddon. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy it. Just get slapped in the face like, you can go now. Ugh. I'm so tired. You're a popular guy? I'm grateful, but I still get nervous being surrounded by so many girls. Oh well, it's for the sake of the movie, so I'll do my best. Oh, and of course, for the sake of the beach shack too. So what's your movie about? Well, the title's pretty out there. It's sort of a mix between your typical shark movie and a ghost story about the sea. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Of course, before I started working on the movie, I read the original novel it was based on. It was written by this author, Toshiya That's funny. Somi, and it has a really good story. Oh no, it's Sumi. So he was the writer. Oh man, Sumi was the writer. Of course. It involves the lives of the local people and the hardship of being bound by the obligation of familial ties. Although it's a short story, the novel is really about human beings. The movie, on the other hand, it's more of a comical action horror film with sharks as the main focus. I mean, the movie is interesting in its own right, of course. The rigid customs of the fishing village are put to the test when the shark appears. It's like no other shark movie out there. But Somi sensei, or Sumi, the original author, he never came to any meeting or to sit even once. It does sound like him. I wonder if he's upset at how the original story was altered. A movie that's exactly the same as the original work isn't necessarily good, and of course, speak of the devil. It's a pseudonym. Sorry, I was out for a walk and happened to overhear. There's a certain appeal to movies that novels can't capture and vice versa. But you're confident in how interesting the movie is, right? Of course. Then you've got nothing to worry about, right? That's what I think, at least. Oh, by the way, your beach shack looks like it's starting to get crowded. You might want to head back and help out. Yeah, I'm positive the movie's entertaining. I'm sure Somi Sensei will be pleased when he sees it. Not just him, dramatic irony. That was Sumi. But hopefully everyone who goes to see it too. Yeah. Our main character, Nagisa, knows both of them. I need to work harder to get more people to see it. Guess I'll start by promoting it to customers at the beach shack. Okay, break time's over. Let's head back, Nagisa. Yeah, we know both of the peeps. That's a pretty good tie-in. Return to the beach shack and work hard at serving. Cute. Very cute. Webbing it up. There's a bit of layers to it. Alright, Luferu promoting the beach shack. What is it? Interim manager? In order to bring more customers to Shirosato Beach, Luferu, Motoha, and Wanda works together to take promotional pictures to post on social media. Oh, okay. Second Luferu, you goofball. It gets pretty dead here once peak hours are over. But because of that, I get to eat my staff meal at the table. It does feel a little lonely when the crowd dies, to be sure. For real. And you know, this yakisoba is so delicious, I think it deserves to be more popular. Oh, I know. What if I take this yakisoba over to the people by the beach? And have them smell it? What do you think? Maybe I could even let them try some too? That's bound to get their appetites going. And then they'll have to come to the beach shack. That's kind of weird. Don't do that. Someone's bound to call the police on you. It's like, here, try some. What? Really? Shirosato Beach hardly has any beachgoers as it is. Even if we attempted to attract customers from the beach, the returns would be limited. Well, what should we do then? What about social media? With social media, we could spread information to the entire world. If it were to go viral, as they say, the number of customers at Shirosato Beach would surely increase. You're so right. Oh, goodness. Only it was that easy. Minami actually made an account for the beach shack, but it looks like it only lists the hours and locations so far. In that case, we should add photographs and descriptions highlighting our menu. Yeah, then customers might come to Shirosato just to try our food. Our food is just for the one summer. Okay, let's start taking food photos. Good one. Oh, but this one's kinda half-eaten, so we'll need to make a fresh one. But don't worry, I'll make sure to eat every last bite after the photo shoot. No one was worried about that. Please tell me this wasn't your goal all along. All that. Okay, first up, yakisoba. Make it look mouth-watering, Nagisa. What is he gonna do? Fluff it? Oh, you literally have to take a picture? Oh, okay. Hold. I can't. How can I zoom down? I can't. How do I tilt? Oh, I see. Oh goodness, I'm getting a little... Uh, it's not work. It's so hard to move. Okay. All right. That's the best I've got. Wait. Got the photo we need. I don't know about that. That was really far away. Oh yeah, this looks great. Perfect, really. Now, to post it to the Beach Shack's account. Wait, will this really go viral? I suppose it's just an ordinary picture of yakisoba, of some yakisoba. Maybe we should make it like a really huge portion, or perhaps some shaved ice on top to give it more wow factor. What would be the point of posting images of items that aren't on the menu? Put Lufero in the picture. I see. A shot of me and the menu item, perhaps. That would surely attract a great deal of customers. Yeah, for sure. Animal pics go viral easily. That's a fair point. Okay, Lufero, strike a pose next to the yakisoba. That is a cute one. I'm ready. Take a shot, Nakisa. Alright. Here we go again. Alright. Oh man. The struggle. Hold. 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 Hang on. I gotta... Ah! Hold. Hold? What is this? Okay. Something's in the way. Oh no. We gotta get other people out of the frame. Nailed it. Okay. What? This is actually pretty good. I think this could really take off. Was there ever any doubt? With such an excellent model, we were bound to succeed. Let's have Minami upload it later. For now, let's get pictures of the other menu items too. Okay. Fast forward. Right. Photo shoot starting Lufero and the menu continued. That's a cute one, and they integrated the reason to take a picture with the camera. Alright. Yearning for love. Wait, there are 2 Shun chapters? Did we not have... Oh no, wait. Wait. Hold up. We do. We have 2 Shun chapters. What the? Yearning for love. Shun is acting strange. He's standing alone on the shore looking forlorn. Could he be in love? I mean, it's probably not Aegis, but hey. We'll take it. Whoa. This perspective. Interesting, and Lufero's on standing on his head. What's Shun doing? Zoning out over there. His break should be over by now. Hey, Shun, you slacking over here? Shoki, Nagisa, and Lufero. That camera perspective. Oi, Shun, what's the matter with you? Something bothering you? Lost your wallet or something? Bothering me? Yeah, maybe. I just can't give up on this. I know I have no shot, but I just can't stop thinking about what could be. That like the zoom outs and the reaction shots are pretty funny. Huh? You mean? Oh wait. Sai serio? As in, like, serious. Shun, I can't believe my ears. Are you in love? Over dramatic. It really feels like it. From the moment I laid eyes on that immaculate figure, I can't get it out of my head. It's gonna end up being ramen. He saw ramen and he fell in love with it. Why do I feel like that's where this is going? I know I've got no chance, but I just can't give up. Dang it. What do I do? Shun. Don't give up? Yeah, if you feel that strongly, you can't just give up. Have you ever tried to do something about it yet?
Oh.
I tried many times, but I failed. Oh, sorry to hear that. Just a whole other league. Guess that's how it goes. Be about ramen. Jim seems to be in an awful state. What shall we do? Oh, what do you mean? He's already been rejected, so there's nothing else we can do, right? The other person has feelings too. We can't force them to change their mind. But knowing Shun, he may have blurted out a confession without considering the proper timing and mood. If that is the case, perhaps the other party was simply shocked and refused on instinct. I see. Suddenly blurting out his feelings does sound like something Shun would do. If we help the two of them get to know each other better first, then maybe. Your time to shine, Shoki. I won't throw. Luferu is not gonna be thrown to the second. Eh? You expect me to teach him how to ask out a girl? Ask out a girl? No. Nuns per sug. I have no idea how to pronounce that. No way. Quite the cowardly response for someone constantly surrounded by women. They just come up to me. I've never asked a girl out in my life. I suppose it falls to me then. Okay, so it's predetermined. I'll need to think of a pickup line for him. Oh, goodness. This is a P3 moment. But first, we need to find out what kind of person she is. Or what she is. One must tailor their approach to the person in question, after all. Right, I'm honestly curious who this girl that Shun's gone gaga over. Or thing. What am I moping over? Oh, well... I was at the shooting gallery over there when I first saw them. Ooh, a customer. Or an employee, perhaps. Huh? No, not a person. The prizes. Oh, okay. First prize is a high-quality rock lobster. A high-quality rock lobster. As opposed to like ramen. Oh, mio dio. Che cavolo. Oh, wasn't this supposed to be about a girl? About love and loss? What the heck you talking about? That rock lobster looks incredible. So fresh. You wouldn't even think it was a prize. If I made a broth with that, I'm sure I'll get a killer bowl of ramen out of it. No doubt about it. Oh, it's a literal lobster. Okay, I'll take it. Rock lobsters are way too expensive for our allowance, so I obviously can't afford it. Then I saw it being offered as a prize, and I couldn't believe my luck, but my shooting skills were good enough to win it. Crap. It's so darn pathetic.
そういうことか。
I see. This too is a kind of unrequited love. It's not what I was expecting, but I still want to help out somehow. Let's all try. Let's go get it. Heckin' rock lobster. You guys... Yeah, let's go. Yeah, we got this. Between us three, at least one of us is bound to win, right? Yes. Now that the time to show off your shooting skills, everyone. And once we win, you'll let us have some of that rock lobster ramen too, eh? Oh, heck yeah. You guys are the best. You know, you guys are the best. You know that? Just bros. Bros, realizing the dream of rock lobster ramen. After a long struggle, we finally managed to win the rock lobster. Got back to the shacks so late that Motohan and the other guys and the others were mad at us. That's a good one. I like it. They added like extra camera angles and like close-ups and over the shoulder panning deliberately. Good camera work. It added a little flavor to it. Oh wait, Rico has 2 chapters too. Difficult customers. Alright. A problematic customer shows up at the packed beach shack. It looks like he's giving Minami and Rico a hard time. Interesting. Welcome. Sorry, we're full right now. And seriously? Everywhere is so crowded right now. Do I have to wait a while? Yes, looks like it'll be around 20 minutes. Dang, really? Well, if I gotta kill 20 minutes, why don't you spend it with me? Oh, why don't you spend it with me? Huh? What? Isn't it the staff's job to entertain customers? Hold right there. Excuse me? That's not a request that we accommodate here. I'll have to ask you to wait outside. Hanamura-san. Whoa, wow. Whoa. Ice cold. But you're more my type anyway. Kick his butt. I'll wait outside like you said, so how about you keep me company? I'll pay you better than this place can if you spend the night with me. Excuse me? Kick his butt. Oh, okay. Leave now. Huh? Akisa, wait. Who the heck are you? Trying to act all tough. Stay out of this. I'm their friend. Or also working too. So what? Looks intimidating. Look intimidating. You got stick up your butt. Alright, well that's cute, I suppose. Ah, he really left. Thank you, Kamishiro-kun. And Hanamura-san, thank you so much for protecting me. It was nothing. Nagisa was the one who really helped. It looked intimidating. Cowering. Riku-senpai, thank God. Sorry we couldn't help right away. That's alright. I would have felt worse if you two had got into harm's way as well. But I feel bad. It always ends up being you who steps in when things get dicey. Do a lot of guys hassle you here? Well, not a lot. But I guess some people see a shop run by women as some kind of invitation. Whenever something happens, Tanemura-san always handles it.
ごめんなさい。
It must be scary for you too, Riko-senpai. I'm really sorry we've been leaving it all up for you to deal with.
私は
Don't worry about me. I'm used to dealing with headaches like that from being on the disciplinary committee. But we must be disturbing the customers crowding around like this. Okay. Tomoko, work the kitchen. Moto, serve food. Minami, take orders. Alright, let's move, people. Got it. Let's go. Probably one last word. Thanks for backing me up, Nagisa. It really made a difference having you here. It would have taken longer to chase them away if it weren't just me. Nah, you had it. I've got your back.
ありがとう。
That's a relief, honestly. It is scary being targeted like that, even for me.
やれやれ。
Maybe I'll rearrange the schedule so there's always an extra person to keep an eye on things. I can't believe I didn't think of that such a simple solution up till
そう
now.
ね。
I guess I still have a bad habit of trying to handle everything on my own. Don't hesitate.
ええ、
Now then, I have a schedule to reorganize.
ごめんなさい。
Did you cover my shift while I work on that? Yep. Cut my break short and went back to serving customers and being ignored by all the fans of Shoki. That's where the cut is the deepest. Alright, Meadow by the Sea. Let's see this. Meadow gives praise for successfully restoring the desires of Shirosato Beach, but it seems this beach still holds even greater potential for desire. Hell there, Mock. Clap, clap, clap. First, allow me to offer you a round of applause. Once withered under the dominion of warped
面
desires,
白い。
this beach and the righteous desires of summer that dwell upon it have been resurrected.
僭越ながら。
You've performed just as I hoped, Nagisa Kamishiro-sama. I wish to inform you that you are deserving of every praise. We all did our best.
しかり。
The desire to increase sales at a beach shack. The desire to make a film successful. Your esteemed companions each embrace desires of their
ふ
own.
む。
Just as singular ripples form one unstoppable wave, your connection to them propelled their dreams to realization. I'm certain that your desire to help your friends... Oh, just... okay. I thought she was gonna say something else.
肯定させていただき。
Oh, it's the very thing that created the Shirosato Beach here before us now. You have every right to be proud of this accomplishment. Golf clap. And yet, I must inform you that our work is only halfway done. Half? This area has the potential to attract the desires of even more
続
humans.
けていただきたい。
I earnestly hope you will endeavor to bring about this reality. Leave it to me. You are as dependable as always.
コンシェルジュとして
I,
ど
in
うぞ
turn, offer you the fullest extent of my support as your concierge. You didn't really actually do anything in this summer event this time around. I have had the opportunity to enjoy, or rather investigate this beach on your own. Oh, really?
こたびも
I
あなた様へ
believe
のプランを。
I have reason to believe this will be beneficial to you as well.
提案させていただく。
Not quite what. Therefore, it is my recommendation that we research various oceanfront activities together. So you want to play on the beach?
しかり
That is correct. First-hand observation is essential to investigation. I also understand that there is a correlation between swimsuits and the growth of desire in humans.
こちらでいかが
As such, a beachfront investigation may strengthen your desire and deepen our
受け
knowledge.
取るよう心得よ
I believe this is known as killing two birds with one stone.
お決まりで
Now then, where shall we venture first?
心ゆくまで
To begin, allow me to declare that I would like something cold to eat. Like a shave ice Hawaiian blue thing? I forgot what it's called. Enjoy something by the sea with it. Oh, interesting. Alright. So that's a wrap of all the side stories. So we have an hour and 11 minutes before the last chapter to the 4.5, the first half of the summer event. Right, and then the second half of the summer event will happen when I get back. I'll be 3 days over this. It'll be because I'll be away at the end of the from the end of July to the 3 days in. Yeah, I'll probably be taking the day before and the day after, so I'll be away for 5 days, which puts us 3 days after. However, in this hour we've already planned to cover Astrolab, so gotta record our singular Astrolab, our single early point singular event Astrolab. Let's collect these. Yep, we're waiting for the 7th event. What are these things? Oh, okay, that's fine. That'll be auto trigger. Okay, that'll auto complete. That'll auto complete. That'll also auto complete. Okay. Let's grab the rest of this stuff. Alright. And then this is probably the day 2 login. Or day 3. Okay. Alright. So we'll quickly try to do this within an hour. As part of this patch, right? Patch 4.5. It is also the earliest week of the existing Astrolab to complete it in a one go. As you can see, I've already did it along the way, and then now I'm gonna effectively do it to record it for posterity. So we're, as always, the standard is to use the stocks, use the attempts available, like 1 attempt per node, and use the stocks, only the stocks available in this. And then there's gonna be one other week, but you just assume that I claim the stuff, right? Always recording on the week of. All right, so let's reset this and do it for posterity. All right. Just go. I think I started from here. This was actually the first node. So sweeper damage, and you don't really have to be conservative anymore because of the amount of even free to play. Keeping it free to play, you have plenty of ways to cover Astrolab now. So quickest sweeper. You know, what's a interesting sweeper to highlight? Since they don't get used very often. Actually, this is part of the highlight later. But let's just let's place like this. And we also have plenty of elucidators too, so just throw in an elucidator. Right. It'll be relatively quick here for the first node. I get it, overkill, but really there's no need to conserve anymore.
ミラディ全力で行こう。海風に乗せて感謝みんなに届け。終わらせよう。アルビルダペルソナめっちゃ効いてる。準備できたよ。夏日に負けない。プラシムラ。
It's more or less Astrolab now is a showcase. Showcase the existing teams that I have or the formats that I'm currently using and bouncing back and forth.
プラシムラ。ザッパーめっちゃ効いてるね。
いただいていく。
ハイライトチャンス。ぶち上げろ。行くよミラディ。海風に乗せて感謝みんなに届け。ミラディ全部見えてます。
Okay. First one, take advantage of the sweeper mod, right? Okay. Now we go here, assassin final damage, and it can be any, so we'll use, right? Actually, we can use this
よーし任せとけ。
and that's interesting.
正しい選択です。センスいけてる。
Oh, wait. That's actually... It'll be something like this, roughly speaking,
私の出番。
as a pivot.
そらディオニソスいただいていく。
シェテキス生死を分かてペルソナディオ。うお震えペルソナめっさ効いてる。心配をおかけしました。
構えろレウコテア進撃です。ペルソナディオ。
He's the assassin. Pretty standard,
問題ありません。
no special need for revelation or anything like that. No special revelation requirements. Just the kid themselves is good enough.
ペルソナこれでどうだ。
シェテキスこれで決めます。ペルソナディオハイライトチャンスぶち上げろ。
信念を持って敵を貫く。
意を示せゾロ。ここでペルソナだ。心配をおかけしました。
構えろレウコテア進撃です。
めっさ効いてる。
ペルソナディオ。
鬼ピンチ状態上になってるし。
これでどうだ。
さばけ
We don't have a very strong strategist.
ペルソナディ
Or no strategist whatsoever.
オ。意を示せゾロ。
That's all we really need.
心配をおかけしました。
This is being on conservative.
めっさ効いてる。
Oh. Okay.
ハイライトいけるよ。準備できたんよ。さあおっせー。
Big truck.
決まったぜ。トリマトリック
ペルソナ
How are you still alive?
いただいていく。
Okay.
やった決まり。超上げ。
Alright. That's our second node. I don't remember how these unlock, so we'll just do all of the white nodes before we... I remember how it worked was you had to clear these nodes to get here, and you had to clear the surrounding nodes to get to the red node. And then everything else unlocks because of that. So let's do this one. This one is the elemental ailments, so we can just lock in our queen,
期待には応えないとね。
you know, and anyone that can dump another
加勢してやろう。
another like ailment, it's good to go.
支援なら任せてちょ。
Right. These are kind of workable teams that
任せてちょうだい。
are available to me to illustrate like a free-to-play account.
アンペロス
早く片付けよう。
ペルソナデュオ
Very specifically free-to-play account.
ディオニソスこれでどうだ
舞うぞロブロン。わしのペルソナ。ヨハンナ。やるわよ。ペルソナ。
Not like an account that you're just trying to demonstrate
鬼ピンチ。状態異常になってるし。
by intentionally gimping yourself or
ノリノリ
something
でいっちゃおう。
situation.
ぶち上げたいな。
ペルソナデュオクライナペルソナデュオペルソナいただいていく
名誉挽回せねば。これで決める。フルスロットル。舞うぞロブ。わしのペルソナ。速攻でやりましょう。ヨハンナ。ここはペルソナ引いてる。
Oh wow, wasn't enough. Okay.
ペルソナデュオやるよペルソナデュオ
余裕余裕。みんなおっつ。
There we go. The third one. We'll clear the things in the middle. Right. So each time an ally deals damage to a foe, it increases, so we can... Actually, I'm kind of curious. There's no weakness. So for this one, we can use various things. I think the one we're going to use is the new addition. New addition to the lot. Because of multi-hitting. So we'll use
私の出番ね。
like something like this.
頑張るよ
我が輩の手を借りたいってみんな一緒に頑張ろう。
Right? That should be good enough.
状態はペルソナこれでどうだ
うお震えペルソナ。
助かりました終わらせよう進撃ですペルソナデュオ
So
私に任
this
せて。
I picked up frost
最
scale
高のショー。
frost scale Mont as the anniversary
裏
selector
には一緒に踊りましょう。飛べ。
using the anniversary selector.
ペルソナナルキストス受けてみろ
我が輩がお前らを支えてやる。うお震えペルソナ。そろそろ決めちゃう。踊る喜びよテルプシコレ。
レウコテア進撃ですペルソナデュオ手っ取り早く進ませよ
おいで吹き飛びなさい。
There we go.
吹き荒れる風よ。
Oh, it wasn't enough.
残念ですね
I really thought it was enough.
ペルソナなれいただいていく
我が輩がお前らを支えてやる。 うお震えペルソナなんだ
ベウコテア
私もいけるよ最高のショー見せてあげる裏には一緒に踊りましょう
ベウコテア進撃です
最高の一撃決まっちゃったねしっかりしなセルプシコレ逃げたつもりお酒は楽しくほどほどに
We cleared that. And then this is when activates a resonance, right? Their final damage is increased. And we're still going to use Frost Scale this time. So we'll do the same one. Because Frost Scale has a resonance. I mean, we could also use the other mode. But we'll use this one. I don't think I'm using
期待に応えてみせる
よーし任せとけ私がみんなを導くから
the other versions. I think. Hmm?
状態はペルソナナルキストスノルンこれでどうだ
うお震えペルソナ
ベウコテア進撃ですペルソナティオ
なんだセルプシコレ私もいけるよ最高のショー見せてあげる裏には一緒に踊りましょう飛べテル逃げたつもり
行きますよ
え
ペルソナディシュヌ受けてみろ
意を示せゾロペルソナ期待してるよやっちゃおう踊る喜びよテルプシコレ
構えろベウコテ進撃です
最高の一撃決まっちゃったね
抵抗しても同
テルプシコレ吹きすさべ吹き荒れる風よ
召されるのですね
え
ペルソナ受けてみろ
我が輩がお前らを支えて
助かりました
ゾロペルソナなんだ
ベウコテア
私もいけるよ最高のショー見せてあげる裏には一緒に踊りましょう
終わらせようで進撃ですペルソナティオ
飛べテルペシコレ逃げたつもり期待してるよやっちゃおう
主に代わってペルソナナルキストス待てよさあどうぞこちらへペルソナこれでどうだ
うお震えペルソナ最高の一撃決まっちゃったね
ベウコテア進撃ですペルソナティオ人間よおやめなさい
おいでテル吹き飛びなさい勝利のリシュで
there we go.
乾杯
All right. So we can do the outside ones now. So this one is 2 sweepers or 2 assassins. Actually, yeah. So we'll do 2 sweepers actually. Any 2 members. So 2 assassins. We can do like
一緒に戦おう
Hmm. Interesting. And then throw in like, oh, I just realized we have summer. We have a beach flower as well as a choice. To trigger this, and then good enough for me. So we just need 2 assassins because there are only 2 mobs.
いただいていく力を示せエリューテリスのデュオって来いオルフェウスこれこそ会心の一撃
That's really loud.
キャプテンキッド決めんぞペルソナこのどうだいしてやる見てな
準備完了よ合図をお熱さてどうしようかしら戦術支援発動
ペルソナいただいていく
Both of them get crits, right?
やーいったよっしゃ見たか降臨せよエリュテイヤ封印解除
Probably enough damage. And then of course, go take the other one out.
決めよう焼き尽くす
Double 2 turns. So 2 assassins that can do 2 turn rotation.
これなら
Oh yeah, there we go.
みんな怪我はないわ
There we
ね
go. Right?
お疲れ様
Pretty quick one. Alright, next one over here. Please let me click on it, please. Okay. So this is when a party gains shield. So it doesn't say like which it doesn't exclude Wanda. So we're using Wanda this time. That's the DPS. I always enjoy putting some flex on Wanda's use case. So we just need shields. So, two shield source is typically enough, so we can do this. And we can even throw in her. We don't even use these, it's fine. So now we just boost Wanda basically. Because there are 4 targets.
準備はいいアマルテ誰も傷つけさせないセテキス生死を分かてペルソナデュオペルソナ
Right.
いただいていく
That's really loud. Oh, maybe that's not enough. No, that's enough damage. It's fine.
これぐらい
I forgot how loud it is when you get procced with multiple
本気でやっちゃいますよおいで
multiple hits on multiple targets.
来なさいフィティスギア上げてくよ来なさいフィティスみんなフィットインよ
This is where we get the
フィティス
ears needed.
私がついてるから一気に決めましょう
さあどうぞこちらへ
That does negative damage.
アマルテ放りつけ
セテキスこれで決めますペルソナデュオ
ペルソナいただいていく
So loud. all of them provide shields in some way, shape, or form. So you can proc all of them. Oh, I didn't realize you can still dizzy him through the barrier.
必ず守るからね。来て、アマルテや誰も傷つけさせない。
準備万端ですね。ピテス、最短距離で突っ走るよ。
ペルソナ、受けてみろ。
勝利しましたか。
My ears. All right, so fairly straightforward, right? Then we'll go over here, and this is deal damage from one more all-out attack, and there's only 2 guys here, so we can still use Turbo, because Turbo has that extra crit.
よろしくね。
And then we'll use Shun,
今、おう、出れるよ。
and we'll use Motoha because of shock,
本気になっ
and
て
then
も
use Wind
いいかし
to
ら。
knock them down. And then we'll rely on Wanda to add extra down from physical attacks, right?
任せて。
Pretty straightforward.
駆け抜けなさい。仕掛けるよ。続いて。
風穴開けるぞ。
体勢を崩せたわ。やるわね。
There we go. The all-out attack, right?
ペルソナ。いただいていく。
終わらせよう。ペルソナ。みんなの支援、いつでも行けるわ。さて、どうしようかしら。
Cast intel on the mob so they'll not get knocked down sooner.
ギア上げてくよ。駆け抜けなさい。みんな、ピントいいよ。来なさい。ピテス、私がついてるから。ハイライト、発動可能よ。ピテス、最短距離で突っ走るよ。
アンドラン。行くぜ、ペルソナ。ペルソナ、これでどうだ。
I don't... Yeah, these can't crit.
みんなの支援、いつでも行けるわ。さて、どうしようかしら。私の出
Put
番
an
ね。
intel on this, and then they'll be knocked down for an all-out attack.
アルビルダは止まらない。ペルソナ。ファイト。私の出番ね。嘘。駆け抜けなさい。ピテス仕掛けるよ。続いて。
Shoot them down. Right?
決めた。
Here we go.
オーダー上がったぜ。
I think there's... Yeah, so now we got Wanda damage, and it's just single target, but I still generally just use Yoshitsune because it's all purpose. And we need to boost Wanda's damage to some extent. So you might as well use... I don't even know where I place her. I haven't incorporated her into anything yet, so it's kind of interesting. Yeah, like I don't know what to incorporate. I haven't built out Shoki, the 4-star Shoki, because no rhyme or reason. Let's see. So we have 3 uses. We have 4 colored Stellas left. So that's may want to say that. And then I don't know, maybe throw in okay, this is good enough. I'm way too conservative with my elucidators as well. Actually, there's an overlap here. I don't know. I guess this is good enough. Excuse me? Oh, maybe I don't have enough crit. Maybe I'm being a little too conservative here. Oh, I think I'm too conservative. I'm too conservative. Let's add something to this. Too conservative. Oh wait, no, hold up. Why was he doing so little? Oh, there are coffers. I think this is fine. Oh, I guess I could have just started with a shock there, actually. It's going pretty well, right? We're recording our Astro Lab today. And then watching the last episode in the summer thing in 30 minutes. Alright, that's a little better. That's unnecessary. We're just about to get to all of the big Stellas in the Astro Lab.
この程度で俺が倒せるとでも。最高の思い出ができたねタレイヤ。降臨せよエリュテイヤ。封印解除。ペルソナデュオ。ペルソナいただいていく。カリオペ。
That's so weird.
響き渡れどこまでも。
You have yet to pull Miriam. I see.
ヒーローの力ここに。支援準備かい。よし私の出番だな。バトルデータ解析。
How's her drug basket feel? It feels alright.
日差しに応えて。ペルソナデュオ。降臨せよエリュテイヤ。ペルソナデュオ。
Freaking drug basket. It's not as good as her hiding her cell phone in her pocket. It would have made more sense if she was carrying a basket, honestly. All right. So now we have the four colored Stella, and the weird structure of this is usually it was this. These are unlocked, and then you are able to do this, which then unlocks these, and these are attached to this one. But we decided to clear all the white ones first, and now we will start on the bottom left. So this is the one with the knockdown, which we can use Wanda, because Wanda has a physical knockdown, and it was that one team that I had. So this Shun, and then we can flex a third one. So typically we want something that would boost damage, because this is, you're basically just triggering a knockdown, and then enemies will take additional damage, which that means it could set up for anything. So the major source of damage could be Wanda, which will do it that way by adding Beach Flower. Minami was not available to me when I did the first cycle, so now we're gonna do it. And there's no reason not to use the elucidators. There are so many excess use cases right now. I'm being like super conservative. You don't really need to have most of the limited banners to clear Astro Labs. Like every anyways. So like we're trying to knock one down. So basically we try to get Shun to knock down a couple of these, so they'll take additional damage, right? And we're using Wanda as the damage source. Since it doesn't say, it excludes Wanda. And they AoE, so they're gonna get a defense down because of Shun's weapon. We have to wait till the following turn to do some damage. And then we'll use his icy defense to make sure that the other guys are safe and he gets hit. we're not using that yet
みんなの
on the following turn.
ペルソナデュオステージの準備 OK 待ってました
And then we're advancing one track because we don't have weakness damage
こ
this
こから
time.
は私のオンステージ
So it's 1-3. Use third track.
今日も全
So heaven, fire, then storm.
ペルソナ受けてみろ
She has 3 tracks: heaven, storm, fire in that order, 1, 2, 3. And I usually go 1, 2, 1 in the skills. So you go heaven, storm, fire, 1, 2, 1 if I have weakness, but I don't have weakness, so I go 1 heaven, fire, storm, 1, 2, 1. Usually that's kind of my stock approach.
仕掛けるよ続いてこの調子だよ
And then the gun comes back up, right?
この調子だよ
So we can get all of them down. And then we just unload this turn to clear the Stella. Or get a really strong start in the Stella.
見せつけよ
This lines up with her Pierce.
見てす最短距離で突っ走るよ
And then we stack it on top of her drugs.
きっと役に立つよ
And then the full stack on the
日差しに応えて
buffs.
ペルソナデュ
And then it's Wanda's turn. Right?
オここからは
With the additional track.
待ってました
I forgot to switch tracks. So we switch to Storm
ステージの準備
to complete the 1, 2, 1.
待ってました
Storm 1.
どこまでも続け
And then we attack.
ペルソナこれでどうだ
And obviously we repeat again. But since Miku is part of the team, we actually can repeat it 2 times over.
そこでしょそれ
やろう
まだ終わってないから来なさいフィティスみんな
This is
フィットイン
the
よ
following rotation.
くそせがってバンドラン料理してやるよペルソナ
ありがとう夏を感じよカレイヤ頑張りどころだよ
So we're not going to use Showstopper right away.
ペルソナ
We wait for the next turn. The reason why Showstopper, Miku is coming up 1 extra turn quicker is because of Turbo's extra turn. Okay.
ここからは
And now we use... Actually, wow, her... Oh, no. And then now we use Showstopper and complete the cycle. And then all the highlights are on top already. So then we use highlights on the first turn.
ありがとう
And then Turbo's highlights can come back around by the time
ギア上げてくよ
Wanda's turn comes back up for max
みんなフィットインよ
buffs.
辛そう私がついてるからうわっ
And then we can knock these guys down if we want. If it doesn't happen, Wanda will knock them down. Hmm?
ハイライトいける
Right.
フィティス最短距離で突っ走るよ
One stack on top of that.
夏は
Now she does her extra
きっ
damage
と役に立つよ
for him.
カレイヤみんなのため
And
に
skill 2.
ペルソナデュオ
ペルソナ
And then they should be removed. Okay. There we go. That's one of the Stellas. Alright, now we're gonna go up to this Stella, which is the Highlight Stella. And I don't have any banners that can crit during Highlight. That would be Kasumi. So we're gonna use Frostscale Mont. What I typically do is we'll do like Vishnu, Norn, and Yanosik, or like Vishnu, Norn, and Dominion for cashing out whoever is a single target. In this case. And then now we can use a buff because they're the Stella ones. So in this case, you can probably no longer be conservative because we don't have that many challenges left. And we didn't even use our A team. So that's kind of like... I do have to adjust the revelation setup, so because they're the utility ones. She's actually sharing that freedom. Okay. Alright. So this is our order. Right? Strategist. And then, oh, actually, we don't need one of these. We can... It's not a really big deal, but this will work too. And we're gonna do it this way. And JC, like, you don't even need to use JC. Actually, you might as well use JC. No, let's use this. You don't even have to use the good, basically the good characters. So until they expand the Astrolab, you barely have to resort to your good banners. So Rakunda. That's interesting, how we would start this. I would just start with this. There's a choice there, a little flexibility. Try to get the shock. The shock didn't happen. That's okay. Set her domain expansion, right? The domain. And we're just gonna front load. So I'm gonna just use the Apo right away. Don't really have to wait for it. Right. This is to front load everything right away. It's about clearing it quickly as opposed to waiting. There is one point of failure on this Astrolab, and it's on the red Stella. We'll go over that in a bit.
ノルン矢野シークこれでどうだ
Yeah, we didn't even
いい
need
歌を届けよう聞いてほしい
didn't even need that.
私たちもこれ一緒に
I thought I could take him out with that last one. Yeah.
私たち
Here we go.
ましたよ
That's our second purple Stella. And then now our third one, which is the fire, the 4 primaries. There's 4 of them, so that's why I didn't use the wind profile. We're gonna do the fire one.
待ちくたびれちゃった
Actually, you could add... No. Fine. We can use this for giggles, right? And actually, it's kind of doesn't really matter who it is, so we'll just use Miku again. And this we'll use this setup here. Where's Nian? Where are you, little big head? Right? They have these, but we'll use this. This setup's good. I don't think there's any risk of death from damage, from like getting focus fired. We'll see.
わしのペルソナペルソナいただいていく
カルメン大技決めちゃうくらいだよ
主に代わってあいた主に代わって
あいた
あいた
We have no matching,
私のオンステージ
so it'll be one heaven, fire. We'll be using heaven, fire, storm
どこまでも響け
again. 1, 2, 1.
来るんだ死刑ペルソナデュ
すごい攻撃
オ舞うぞロブロイ来るのだペルソナありがとうございます
意外といけるよ
Just toss it out there for next
燃や
attack.
し尽くす
ペルソナいただいていく
わあすごい攻撃決めるよカルメンペルソナ
主に代わってバカな
Oh, I can. There is a point of failure here.
行きますよ
Who said it could take
ステージ
lethal?
の準備オッケ
Shall we go to fire?
ー準備完了
Fire 2?
いつでも呼んでね待ってました今日も全力で歌うから
ペルソナデュオ
And we pick one that is already on fire to refresh the burn state.
ロブロイ来るのだペルソナありがとうございますペルソナバフォメット
And then we can like burn if you... We have an extra turn for burn. Or increased damage.
大技決めちゃう
And then slap
くらい
them.
だよハイライトいけるよ
あいた
This is where Howler was supposed to be released. His standard, so I was gonna pick up Howler and then replace Luferu with Howler, but that obviously didn't happen. It's not until after the summer event.
この程度
Okay, we'll move to Storm, right?
コブとかできてません
Which this also lines up with his highlight.
待ってました
What's his name?
どこまでも響け
Oh no!
私の
Oh, Kurotani. which refreshes the burn stacks again.
断罪の深淵
Because this is his turn where he uses skill 2.
ペルソナデュ
すごい攻撃名誉挽回ロブロイ
And it just heals the whole time.
ペルソナありがとうございますペルソナすると
And then we go back,
これでどうだ
defense down everything.
踊れカルメン
And we set up for
行きますよ
the double turn. It's really not necessary. You could use Futaba or all the other elucidators. I think for the most part, I cleared the Astro Lab without using only one instance of using like Miku or Anj. But since we have them available, might as well showcase some of them.
もっと歌いたいありがとうね
来るんだ
Actually, I think I didn't. Oh yeah, I did use Anj once.
ペルソナデュオ
Yeah, like you overkill most of these, so
挽回せねばカルメン行くよ燃やし尽くす
we're good. We got 17 minutes to clear the last one before we watch the end chapter 7 conclusion, because the chapter 7 is unlocked in 17 minutes. Alright, so this one actually was fairly close to... There's a point of failure on this one. Largely because the melee would be Rin, Firecracker Rin. And in this case, I'm using Noir because she has a range attack. And there is a point of failure before, but I don't think there's a point of failure now. The way I'm doing it. We'll see. So I don't really need a third slot. However, I'm not sure if this is working. This probably doesn't work. Oh, I could do... I could do this instead. Like before. Yeah, like this setup. That'd be pretty alright. Yeah, see, I barely use the... So we'll use JC. Actually, no, we'll use JC because she's pretty gimped. My Bleach Flower is gimped because of gotcha stuff. So then we use this. And then just put Miku in, right? Which is what I invested in. That's why I didn't roll for A1 Beach Flower or her weapon. Then we strategist and we're gonna switch to this setup. So I don't have to swap out the others. Okay, and then this is our setup for this last one. There is a damage potential. I don't think so. I think we have one extra turn. So I think it's a no fail Astral Lab again. The most likely fail was Luferu taking lethal damage last time.
行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します惑わせミロディ全力で行こうすごい攻撃海風に乗せて方面に感謝します
We don't have weakness, so we're gonna do one Heaven 1, Fire 3, Storm 2. I mean Fire 2, Storm 1. Again. So this is Heaven 1. Get the bullet. You throw it out to get the bullet.
ジュスティーヌすぐに排除します。制裁の時間だ。ミラディ
Oh, I should spread the defense down. That's in suboptimal. Oh no, wait. I have prosperity on actually. Just kidding. That it's not important.
これでどうだ。
Okay, that didn't land on Noir, which could present a problem. The freeze.
ステージの準備
So now we're doing Storm 2. I mean, so Fire 2. Sorry, Fire 2. And then Storm 1.
待ってました。今日も全力で歌うから。ブラシムだ。海風に乗せて感謝です。みんなに届け。ペルソナ行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します。
Right, so this is the first
全部
one.
見えてます。海風に乗せておめでとう感謝します。すごい攻撃。
That's interesting.
我らの力を
I think it would have been more auspicious to use this first and then follow up.
いただいていく。
Yeah, it's better to Dominion, do Dionysus Dominion
やるな。
thing. Oh, there is a point of failure right there. It's actually pretty close.
ここからが私のオンステ
Alright, so Storm 1.
準備完了。いつでも呼んでね。待ってました。どこまでも響け。私の歌。ブラシムラ。ザッパーン。なんてね。すごくペルソナ。大丈夫？行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除しま
Yeah,
す。
so it can fail if it doesn't crit. So I would
制
have
裁の時間だ。
sticking with Dionysus on 2 turns straight
打ち抜け。大丈夫？
would be safer.
全力で行こう。海風に乗せて感謝みんなに届け。
And there is a point of failure if they focus fire her.
いただいていく。
気もやるね。
Okay. Let's see how this lined up. Whoops.
大丈夫？
That's not what I meant to do.
ここ
I hit the wrong button.
私のオンステージ。待ってました。もっと歌いたい。感謝ですために。ブラシムだ。海風に乗せて感謝です。みんなに届け。ハイライト見せつけよう。
Blow the bullet.
海風に乗せて。
Her highlight can't crit, so it doesn't really do that much damage.
見せてやろう。我ら行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。惑わせミラディ。みんな頑張ろう。海風に乗せてみんなに届け。感謝します。
Yeah, missing that crit is
ペルソナ。ディオニソス。
that crit on the 2, or at least on the other one. Might have screwed things up a bit there.
ブラシムだ。ザッパーン。なんてね。お仕置きの時間です。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。海風に乗せて感謝みんなに届け。制裁の時間だ。すごく辛そう。全部見えてます。
Yep.
ハイライト見せつけ。
I don't know if we can recover from this.
今ここに。ペルソナ。シバ。いただいていく。
Yeah, so having a two turn rotate Let's see how far we are.
どこまでも響け私の歌。プラシムラ。海風に乗せて感謝です。みんなに届け。ペルソナ行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。打ち抜けミラディ。全力で行こう。海風に乗せて
I think we might have enough. Oh no, wait.
ペルソナスルトディオニソスシバスルト受けてみろ。
準備完了。いつでも呼んでね。準備完了。いつでも呼んでね。待ってました。今日も全力で歌うから。降参してももう遅い。これまでのようですね。プラシムだ。逃がしてあげない。海風に乗せてみんなに届け。感謝します。見せてやろう。行くぞジュスティーヌ。
No, no,
す
we
ぐに
don't
排
have
除し
enough.
ます。制裁の時間だ。
Yeah, so me mixing it up was
海風に乗せて
yeah, that would be the strongest shot she has.
ペルソナディオニソス。
Oh, I just realized I'm not going. Oh, I was going in the wrong order too. Whoops. Cert didn't have Cert didn't have speed on him, so he was going in the wrong order as well. So we want to do. I would probably just stick to this instead. And yeah, cause so he was going out of order. Kind of bad. This should fix the order. I thought it would have been okay because we had one extra turn. Like 1 turn excess damage.
見せてやろう。我ら行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
ペルソナ受けてみろ。
ミラディ全力で行こ
So we got 5 minutes.
う。海風に乗せて感謝みんなに届け。どうだ。もう。
え？
すごく辛そう。
Same one. Heaven 1.
待ってました。どこまでも響け私の歌。夏日に負けない。プラシムラザッパーンなんてね。すごい攻撃。
And we're gonna use this first.
力を貸しましょう。
Highlight 1.
ペルソナ行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。海風に乗せて感謝みんなに届け。すごい攻撃。制裁の時間だ。
It doesn't matter which order because
ペルソ
Miku
ナ
Miku refreshes the highlights cooldowns
みんな
at A1. I have an A1.
海風に乗せてみんなに届け。感謝します。行くぞ。聞くだろ。使うぜ。もう。
Okay.
すごく辛そう。
Fire 2.
準備完了。いつでも呼んでね。待ってました。今日も全力で歌うから。夏日に負けない。プラシムラ海風に乗せて感謝です。みんなに届け。お仕置きの時間。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
ペルソナドミニオン
大丈夫？
これでどうだ。
ハイライ
Yeah, so this lines up a lot better.
海風に乗せて
Lines up right on top of each other.
全部見えてます。海風に乗せて褒めてやる。感謝します。
Yeah, so no fail, basically. This is, unless they like super hyper focus on one target. Usually it's not the case. And that will always happen. And now we go into our second
辛そう。大丈夫？
storm 1.
ステージの準備 OK？ 待ってました。どこまでも響け。私の歌。暑さを沈めよう。プラシムナザッパーなんてね。ペルソナ行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。制裁の時間だ。
ペルソナシバディオニソスこれでどうだ。
海風に乗せて感謝みんなに届け。打ち抜け全力で行こう。やるな。人思いにやってくれ。やるな。
Right? Showstopper.
ここからが私のオンステージ。待ってました。もっと歌いたい。みんなのために。プラシムナ海風に乗せて感謝です。みんなに届け。ハイライトいけるよ。力を貸しましょう。ここで終わるのか。見せてやろう。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
ペルソナこれでどうだ。
ミラディみんな頑張ろう。
え？
海風に乗せて褒めみんなに届け。感謝します。すごい攻撃。ハイライト見せつけよう。
I don't know if it'll fill by then. It might fill again. Doesn't really matter which order though.
なんてね。ペルソナ行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
I don't know if I can squeeze in Wanda's highlight right at the end. I'm just filling up her bullets.
ペルソナ
No.
ドミニオンこれでどうだ。
Oh no, it will. Yeah, it did. So now, stacked on top of that, and then this should be well over enough.
全部見えてます。
Like to follow up, basically. It's still a little bit short, but we have we have like another turn coming up. That's where I got the one extra turn from.
どこまでも響け。私の歌。暑さを沈めよう。プラシムナ海風に乗せて褒めてやる。感謝します。ペルソナ行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。すごい攻撃。
ペルソナシバディオニソス受けてみろ。
ミラディ全力で行こう。海風
Never
に乗せ
mind.
て感謝みんなに届
Let's
け。
survive the little tap.
いけるよ。
Okay.
ステージの準備 OK。 ステージの準備
Stick
OK。
to that.
待ってました。どうぞ全力で歌うから。降参してももう遅い。これまでのようですね。暑さを沈めよう。プラス逃がしてあげない。
So there was a miss. There was a defense somewhere. That's fine.
見せてやろう。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
We're good? So that's a wrap for Astrolab. Not too bad. Most of the Astrolabs have been pretty mild. That was the closest one in some time. But yeah, so that's the one take, like the one attempt, one stock, and we had like 2 Anjas left, like so many wind tempests, so pretty routine. I imagine they're gonna be scaling up their Astrolab at some point. I really like this mode. It's where you check out how many teams you've built and how you wrap your characters around. I use various combinations, which have become very routine because I keep moving teams around and making sure that basically the banners that are absent or the banners that are missing, they don't necessarily contribute to any of the teams I currently have. And that's kind of the idea of the banners that I pick. Beachflower Miriam is supposed to be another team. So it's the next 2. Possibly the next 2. Either Barry or Wave Catcher Mew is where I get to use Cord, because I don't actually have a place for Cord yet. A Cord is kind of like on and off for some things, like Kasumi. I don't have Kasumi. So it was going to be for Barry, basically, because Barry is the one that has the highlight potential. The other one, I don't really have someone that takes advantage of Cord on top of the current elucidators. So that might be my next pull. Who knows? I might pull an A0 of the next 2 and then skip the next 4 or 5 until Shogi, probably. Alright, so to top it all off, right, we're only 4 minutes over because of that little hiccup that was trying to mess around and show some other like persona setups and whatnot. We are 4 minutes over, and now the last chapter is unlocked. So now we can go watch the last chapter, and that will pretty much conclude our patch 4.5. Now let's go watch it, and then I'll talk about how there's a little bit of a change up for the next patch, the 4.6. Alright, so let's see what happens. Shark infested waters. This must be the conclusion from all of the gangs probably grouped together to wrap up all the things that happened with, what's his name? Taito. With the ghost sighting solved, Beast returns to Shirosato Beach. However, something fishy lingers in the waters. Oh, it's doing the B movie thing where, but there is a ghost, probably. Let's see. He is good. Easy. Super boss. She's the best worker in the world. Best solo operation in the world. She is the part-timing passerby. Best worker in the world.
このアレンジは野毛が自分で掴んだもんだろ。誇っていいぜ。
そうかな。そうする。ありがとう。
すみません、注文お願いします。
はーい、今行きます。
にぎわってるな。
隣のお店が休みになったから、その分のお客さんが流れてきてるみたいだよ。それに池波さんが店員してるっていう書き込みがネットに投稿されたらしくって。
Oh, incorporate the side
話
stories,
題になってるみたいですよ。
the viral pictures as well.
わしの働きを忘れてもらっては困るな。
Yeah, so all the side stories did occur in the main story.
まるで私たちの
Now that I think
行動を
about
理解
it.
してるみたい。ルフェルちゃんも人気なんですよ。すっかりうちのマスコットだね。
Yep, the mascot.
そうだ。フランクフルト食べる？好物だって種村さんに聞いたよ。ほほー。でも理由はそれだけじゃないわよね。海水浴客も昨日よりずっと多い。
Restored the desire.
ああ、異世界のシャドウもいなくなったことだし、これで安心して店の仕事に専念できるな。
けどあのサメだらけの海、迫力あったよね。もう一回くらい見ておきたかったかも。
お前のそのサメに対する情熱は一体何なんだ？
Sydney?
いやあ、楽しそうだね。
あ、スミさん、いらっしゃいませ。
あなたがスミさんですか？
はじめまして。今朝の件、手伝ってくれたと聞きました。ありがとうございます。いやあ、あの正気くんと握手しちゃった。今度誰かに自慢しよっと。
Dramatic irony.
主演の映画試写会で見たよ。すごく良かった。今度パンフレットにサインもらえない？
Because Sumi wrote the book, the movie he's in
持ってきてくださった
is
ら
based on.
いつでも書きますよ。
そういえばスミさん、磯村さんと沖釣りに行ったんですよね。
Got to go out.
お沖釣りか。いいっすね。この辺の海はうまいもんが取れるって聞くし。
何か釣れましたか？
今日は1匹しか釣れなかったよ。しかも
Only
リリー
caught
スしちゃっ
one.
た。
Of course.
なんで？
You always catch and release. That's unusual. What did you catch?
うん。釣り上げた時の写真見る？
Oh, really?
磯村さんが撮ってくれたんだ。
Can we see it? Oh. It's a visual bug. It's fine. What is it?
これって。
Oh, it's a shark. Oh, that's cute.
まみや。でかすぎんだろ。
本当にいるんだ。
We caught a shark. Dang. What a way to wrap it up.
あのサメ、どこで釣ったんですか？
すぐ近くの沖合だよ。沖釣りとしては目と鼻の先じゃないかな。本当は持って帰りたかったんだけど、白里海岸のサメはたたるって伝説があってね。
Okay, so there was another
俺
reason.
も
Fair
磯村
enough.
さんもジンクスとか大事にする方だし、残念だけどリリースしちゃった。
Interesting. So more to it.
たたる？
てか、このサイズのサメをリリースって大丈夫なんすか？海水浴場近いのに。
大丈夫なはずだよ。磯村さんが言ってたから。ちゃんとシャークフェンスが張ってあるって。 君たちもサメを見たら
Oh
海に
no.
返してあげ
The
てね
floating camera.
じ
I
ゃない
mean,
と
the floating
バ
phone.
レちゃうよ
Oh no.
じゃあ俺はそろそろ磯村さんと飲みに行く約束してるんだおっと一番大事な用を忘れるところだった
Ah.
これ
Oh, Kaito, not Taito. Kaito.
そうカイトくんから君たちに渡してほしいって頼まれたんだ
Oh, is that our souvenir?
自分はもう使わないっていうメッセージかな受け取ってあげてよ
Our keepsake. From each of the
よくで
events.
きてるよねそれ俺も欲しくなっちゃったなじゃあねまた遊びに来るよでーででで
Dun 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 dun. De 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 de. To be continued. Yeah, the other half. Yeah, they really. I think it was written really well. So that concludes our first half, right? The 4.5. I think it was written really well. Like it's a really big jump from the first summer, like the first summer event. I did it in a different order, but the side stories, like each of the side stories, they were actually incorporated into the event story. Like as you're going, all the side stories, allusions, and like little background stories, they all are tied to the event stories. The original summer, like not the original, but the first summer event, it was kind of like disjointed a little bit. Like it felt more like a thirst thing than anything. So the whole side story thing was talking about like platonic and intimate relationships, so it didn't build a narrative around the summer event. This time, nearly all of the things, there is one or two little thirst choices, but all of them, and maybe not middle, but it's congratulatory just to show you, all of their details are part of the event story. So it was really well written, and the chapters, great. They were longer voiced. The Tycoon game is honestly like I'm gonna farm the rest of the Tycoon game, right? Now the question is, and the Tycoon game outlasts the event story, so that's kind of another thing to keep in mind. And it's much more substantial. The other thing is I'm kind of curious how they're going to do the leaderboard thing. So I was told there was a leaderboard. Are they adding to this game? It has a 11-day counter, so it's not quite clear if it's going to extend this portion or they introduce an entirely different thing. Really, really large. Like, that's pretty awesome even on top of the summer event. Now, the time gating thing, I'm not entirely sure if I'm on board with the whole time gating thing, but I can work around it, right? And other than that, we have our Thieves' Secrets, which is a tack-on thing. Obviously, done that many times over. I think the first half is pretty awesome. Obviously, I already set my bid about how you generally have to start all of these sequences with the gacha component, which is often a low point. However, much like most of the time I say, it's like 20% of the things you do in the gacha component in the banner is the 20%, the rest is the 80%. And despite like side stories. I genuinely like reading them too, and messing around and trying to read with more intent as a side activity to all the voices. And then when I hear the voices, it gives me like context on how to read their dialogue. Anyways, it's kind of my compromise. Get to practice other things. And of course, listening to Japanese is also a part of the routine, and then correlating it with the English is still something I do on a daily basis. Outside that, we do have to cover something about this. So the next event is happening in 12 days. That would land it on the 30th, right? The Thursday 30th. So of that, I will actually be out of town on the 30th, 31st, 32nd, not 32nd, 31st, 1st, and 2nd. So I'll be away for those days. Let me double check. Yeah, I'll be away until... Actually, maybe I can do a stream on the 2nd. Probably not. So I'll be back on Monday, the 3rd. So that'll be 4 days in. So what I'm probably going to do, much like I'm looking at the structure of how they did this, is I'll probably log in on my mobile to collect the login things, probably do the thieves secrets. The thing is, I'm not sure if I'm gonna pull for Wave Catcher Mew or not. I'll decide when I come back, and we'll cover the next event then. Outside of that, I think it's a really wonderful summer event. Obviously, it's probably also elevated because the anniversary event was such a low point, right? And even despite having to gacha immediately after that, I think the summer event was really fantastic. 4.5 was very fantastic. I like to think that it doubles on itself for the 4.6. We'll see. Sometimes it's more like the second half isn't quite as exciting as the first. Honestly, my personal preference is probably a fairly hot take, but I would love to see them make an effort to synchronize the two, so speed up to catch up to, so that the synchronized releases, so then I wouldn't have to constantly say things like, it feels like everything that is celebrating is an afterthought for global, because it's still a celebration for CN. Like, nearly everything seems like it's to make up for CN things, and because they're not synchronized, you can make that distinction very easily. It's always consistently more obviously tended towards the CN side of things, right? And I wouldn't mind as a hot take that they doubled the gem counts flow in order to reduce the patch time by another half. So like if they released both the entire summer event now, that works in my favor typically. It allows more flexibility. Like, and what I mean by that is not time gating the event stuff like this. Like have them staggered and overlap with each other. I'm okay with that. Basically, the release date gets accelerated, not the release duration. So they can still have the events. Like summer event is going to take 4 weeks, right? But it could be 3 weeks and staggered. So the first half, the second half is during half of the first half. So they would have a staggered event to gain on it. So it'd be every week there would be a patch, but every 2 weeks the patch would expire, and then accelerating, increasing by 20, by 50% of the base rate to make up for that that 1 extra month acceleration, or vice versa, or even simultaneously release something, reduce it in half and double the acceleration. That's my personal take on it, because this problem with the anniversary, or like a lot of the anniversary things or big celebration things, I think it's going to be a consistent talking point and consistent sour note when it comes to like the half anniversary. In my opinion, either they decide to change the way they're doing something fundamentally, it's gonna be, in my opinion, a poop shoot. It's gonna likely, very likely, how they're organizing their business model and their release timing. Substantially, global side constantly feels like it's a tacked on consideration, because it's more of, hey, it's a second celebration for CN. That's my 2 cents. Until they are synchronized, there's one side that's ahead and one side that's behind. So the ahead side is typically the consideration. So all the release, all the celebration, unless they do something really unfavorable, which is to prioritize global side and release something for global and time gate something for CN, that would be an absurdly divisive and controversial move. So ultimately, it would be kind of more auspicious. Like, I don't look forward to half anniversaries and full anniversaries right now. And launches. Launches count as an anniversary because, like, it's the 1 year. So launch, half anniversary, and full anniversary. While half anniversary was pretty exciting because of JC's utility, it's JC for the CN side. Like, all the releases are taking in context of the one that's ahead, not something that is for the celebration of separate things. They're not treated as separate things, and they shouldn't be, in my opinion. They would be really divisive that way. So that's just my 2 cents. Whenever an anniversary rolls around, I'm not particularly excited about it, largely because it produces divisiveness consistently. Like, simultaneous releases are exciting because they are simultaneous, right? As in the same position, but it haven't ever been in the same position. Global is behind. So simultaneous is, like, in my opinion, a facade. It's a gilded present. It's like throwing a carrot. It feels like it's a carrot on the global side, and it feels like an actual focused celebration or apology on the CN side, because they're live and it's a carrot on the stick for the global side consistently. And that apology video about, like, content and show me, that's same, in my opinion, that is the same lukewarm feeling over and over again. Like, oh well, that doesn't matter, the CN side's gonna get show me too, and it's gonna create a divisiveness on when it's gonna be released, because they're advertising on the global side. So it's gonna be one of the simultaneous releases, probably half anniversary or the full anniversary, and we still are, in my opinion, largely going to encounter the same problem. It's revolving around the CN side. So when they release is not necessarily, it's disruptive for ones that are behind. It's ideal or apologetic for ones that are already ahead. So for my personal undertone of sobering up from and going back into business as usual from the anniversary, it's fairly clear that if the developer or the publisher is not going to potentially make an effort to close the gap, or to basically make movements to synchronize, despite their launch, right? Their launch saying, like, oh, we're going to accelerate this to catch up, and it doesn't seem like it's doing that. It feels like actually they accelerated both sides. So they're accelerating so that they can double dip on business practices, not accelerate because we're going to accelerate the global side to catch up to the... In fact, both sides are alternating updates spaced out very similarly still. So to me, I think that is a business strategy, not a sentimental strategy, not a loyalist or like a trustworthy building exercise. It's more caching exercise, which that is perfectly, you know, the business, the developers and the publishers, that is their property and they can do with what it is. I'm providing a commentary about I don't think this poor sentiment is gonna subside unless there's some sentimental equality or some sort of counterweight. Just generally speaking, playing second fiddle often doesn't feel great, whether you're paying for it or paying for it with time, right? My 2 cents, it's not a downer because this stuff is still really fun. I really enjoy it, and I guess I'll continue to look and see and get teased about what is to come, and that's kind of how I would do it since they're not synchronized, right? All right, so until then, I guess I will catch people in August, because the next time I'll be back would be 12 plus, I'll be back like in 15 or 16 days, so a little bit through the first week, halfway through the first week of the second half. And I look forward to it. I hope this stays consistent and it doubles the volume or something in the content. The gacha component, I mean, it doesn't matter when I do it, it's going to be disfavorable and a poor experience, so we won't focus on that. I really enjoyed this. I'm going to be farming the rest of the beach shack business, right? The rest of the track on my own time. You can use your imagination how that looks, because we've more or less went through the routine. And yeah, I'll continue playing P3P until the day I leave for Otakon. So until then, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up P5X for yourself. It is free to play with a gacha component, and you're more than welcome to come on by. Yap, gacha responsibility. You know, responsibly. Share some stories, some thoughts. Keep each other motivated while we do other things, like language learning. You're always free to come by and join. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.